Want to welcome you here live to Harrison Field on the campus of Faulkner University for this game 2 of a 3-game set between the Faulkner Eagles and the Knights of Middle Georgia State University. Jeremy Smith alongside Joel Best bringing you the action on this one. Middle Georgia in at 18-19 overall, 9-10 in the SSAC. Faulkner 25-8 overall, 13-5 in the 14-5 rather. Let me fix that. 26-8 after last night, 14-5 in the SSAC. All right, so Faulkner walked it off last night in the bottom of the 11th. It was Adrian Martinez with a 2-run homer right down the right field line, and the Eagles win it 7-5 in 11 innings last night. Let's look at these lineups today as these teams prepare for this doubleheader. Batting first and playing second base for Middle Georgia is Yadiel Perez. The 2-hole hitter is the DH, that is Chaz Salter. The 3-hole hitter is the left fielder, number 4, Zane Falk. Cleanup man is the first baseman, number 35, Tate Abbott. Batting fifth is the third baseman, number 17, Michael Flaherty. Batting sixth, the right fielder, number 15, Justin Aponte. Batting seventh, the center fielder, number 7, Datrin Bray. Batting eighth is the shortstop, number 6, Luke Davis. Batting ninth is the catcher, number 9, Josh Cuniff. And the man on the mound, we'll talk about a little more in the bottom of the inning, that is number 20, Ethan Gill. The starters for Faulkner, Joel Best.
Leading off for Faulkner, shortstop Juan Trinidad. Juan back in the lineup tonight, got a little tape on his wrist from the collision, but he's good to go. Jason Polanco hitting second and playing second base. Orlando Lordui, the center fielder for the Eagles. Adrian Martinez hits DH. Adrian with a good night, couple of doubles and a homer in game 1. Daryl Colon gets the start in right field, but he'll hit fifth. Catcher Christian Webb will bat sixth. Seventh, Adrian Martinez, last night's game hero with the 12th inning walk-off home run, followed by Marlon Oviedo in left, and the shortstop hitting ninth, Anthony Bassett. On the mound for Faulkner, Jeremy will tell you a little bit about Mose Hayes.
Mose Hayes, the man on the bump today. Mose enters this one with an ERA of 4.01, 39 strikeouts over 42 and 2/3 innings of work, 14 walks, just a 192 batting average against for Mose. This is his 10th appearance and his 9th start. He gets ready to go again. That defense around the horn for Mose. His battery mate is Christian Webb. First to third is Juan Trinidad, Jason Polanco, Anthony Bassett, and Adrian Martinez. In left to right in the outfield, Marlon Oviedo, Orlando Lordui, and Dariel Colon, the starters for this Eagle lineup today. As they look to try to win this series, they got 2 chances to do it. Last night, the wind was as still as it could be. Today, temperatures nearing 90. A consistent wind that is swirling. You can see the treetops out beyond the outfield fence and get an idea of what's going on at the higher levels. It's not as windy on the ground level, but that wind is blowing pretty significantly as you go up. They say it's going to get gustier and gustier throughout the day. Joel Best watched batting practice, and it was a fireworks show in batting practice with the wind carrying balls out of here. So last night, just a couple of home runs in the ball game. Chaz Salter had one. Eduardo Martinez and Adrian Martinez each had one. Orlando Lordui smoked some balls into the gap that would be out today. If we see anything today like we saw last night, you may be looking at a 7-8 home run kind of a ball game.
Absolutely. Good to see 3-year Faulkner center fielder Evan Gilliam and his new bride. Just saw them a few minutes ago.
Okay.
But the Homer, Alaskan native, Mose Hayes, Jeremy, he's going to have to keep the ball down.
Yeah.
You know, he features 2 different change-ups. He'll throw that circle change and then a straight change. Ball's going to move on both sides of the plate, but anybody that throws today, it's imperative that they get ground balls.
Absolutely. And when you look at Mose, he's a guy, and you can tell that by that 192 batting average against. Mose is a guy that is hard to barrel up when his stuff is breaking, and that's exactly what you want on a day like today. Now, if he misses middle,
trouble.
You know, that's right, and that's going to be just about anybody today.
Yeah, and last night we saw Middle Georgia seeking first pitch fastballs, and you're not going to get many fastballs at all today from Mose.
No, not at all. And so there's ball one.
Yeah, and if that's any indication, we're going to have a really small strike zone.
Yeah.
Pretty good pitch for a ball, but you don't want a hitter-friendly home plate umpire if you're a pitcher with a day like this.
That one in there for strike one. 1-1 count here on Yadiel Perez. Perez entered the weekend hitting .272. The 1-1 count here. Hayes delivers, fouled back and out of play, and a ball and 2 strikes on Perez.
Yeah, Mose is one of the most subdued, unemotional, just individual in everything he does, but especially on the mound. His emotions are just.
That one flipped right center field gap. Lordui had him shaded the other way, so that's going to be a single to center as we start the ball game with a hit.
Yeah, he doesn't get rattled is what I'm getting at, but those are bad when we're fighting a yellow jacket here in the press box. Those bloop singles are going to be tough on a day like this with the outfield on both sides going to be playing extremely deep.
Hayes, a guy, his career arc here at Faulkner has been really, really interesting. He was almost, as that ball is out of the zone, he was almost, not for lack of a better term, kind of an afterthought in that recruiting class. He's not a guy that they went out and looked for necessarily. Jonathan Villa was coaching up in Alaska in summer ball as there's a bunt drop down by Salter. And so you talk about everybody does a job. Chaz Salter entered the weekend hitting .462, and he just dropped down the sack bunt, and it's the 1-3 put out. And
yeah, we'll take that every time Salter at bats. He is a one tough customer.
So Jonathan Villa had been coaching in the
the
Frontier League up there in Alaska during the summer, and that's where he met Mose Hayes. And so Mose Hayes was kind of a late addition to that signing class last offseason, and they brought him in and figured he'd be sort of an extra arm on this staff and see if he could be a bullpen guy or a midweek guy, and he just kept being more and more consistent and delivering more and more, and he ends up being the number 2 guy in the rotation in the opening round of the national tournament and delivers in a big way, and he's been nothing less than consistent during this 2-year period here.
Yeah, the one word that describes the way he pitches, movement.
Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing he throws is straight. So if you're a hitter, it's kind of, I describe it as 4 easy outs. You get 4 at-bats a game, you make contact, but they end up being, a pop-up, 3 ground outs, and you go back to the dugout thinking, how did I not go 3 for 4 today off of this guy?
Yeah.
But he doesn't hit barrels.
No, he moves it around quite well, mixes his pitches well. He stays in and around the zone. Most of the time when you see him get in trouble, it's because he's getting squeezed at home plate.
Yeah, and the wind is really blowing hard straight to left right now, so anything in the air is gone.
Ball and a strike on Faulk. Hayes delivers, lifted straight up and fouled out of play, 1-2.
Interesting, this is a 1 o'clock start, which is, middle of the day, obviously, but a lot of these players probably didn't get in bed till after 2 or later
It
last
was a
night.
late one. Yeah, that game finished at I think 9:42 p.m.
Yeah, and if you're Middle Georgia, you're sleeping in a hotel room, and usually you don't get as good a night's sleep as you would, but
Big
we'll
cut,
see.
can't
Yeah.
get it. Faulk's retired.
There was a change up there that just kind of darted and swing and miss.
I know for me, I made the drive home, was about a 35-minute drive, and then I wrote the game story and posted it on the website, and finally got to sleep around midnight somewhere.
Yeah, I actually watched a 2-hour movie, so that's
Look at you.
Yeah, it's my own fault for not getting any rest.
Was it at least a good movie?
No.
No.
But at 2 in the morning, you don't care.
That's right.
Got out here about 9:45 this morning, and
Mose Hayes checks the runner and delivers, and that one bends in there for a strike. It's Abbott. Abbott had a couple of hits last night.
I'm suffering the wrath of my wife, whose birthday is today, so
And you
I'm
came
sure.
to call baseball.
Yeah, I invited her to come to the game and sit in the sun. 90-degree weather on those metal bleachers, and she passed.
She was not a fan. No balls and a strike. You notice that yesterday Joel Best gave out the number to text Jerry Green and tell him happy birthday. He's not doing the same for his wife.
No, and after the conversation Jerry and I had at about 11:30 last night, I won't be doing that again.
Jerry was not a fan. Ball and a strike.
But thank you all for everyone that did text him happy birthday.
It made his night.
Yeah. Yeah, he was the first few I think he got a kick out of, but
Then it just
somewhere
kept
around,
happening.
yeah.
Happy birthday. Let's talk about your car's extended warranty.
I think it was the 3 o'clock phone call that
Yeah.
kind of made his wife a little irritable.
Ball and 2 strikes here on Abbott. Hayes checks the runner at second. He'll spin and throw. Runner back easily.
Initially, Jeremy, do you kind of sense the feeling we're going to be here a while today?
Oh, yeah.
It's
I told my kids good night before I left the house.
not moving at a quick pace right now.
Oh, ball and 2 strikes. Hayes delivers. That one sent high and deep to left field.
There's
See you
no-
later, ball. Told you anything in the air's gone. It hits off the scoreboard.
And that's a ball that's a routine fly ball to left field.
That's a normal shallow fly
Yeah.
ball to left field on every other day.
There's nothing you can do about that as a pitcher.
Yeah.
It's reminiscent of Wrigley Field when the ball is blowing straight out or the wind's blowing straight out. Every ball in the air is going to be an adventure.
Yeah. Now, the good news if you're Faulkner is you get to hit too.
Yeah, and I thought when that was hit, I thought, okay, that's easy fly ball to left field. Marlon's got it, and next thing you know, it's off the scoreboard.
Yeah. And Marlon, once he flipped those hips, you knew that thing was gone, and it may have put out another light on the scoreboard. We can't spare any more of those.
No, and what got that ball up, it was hit out as it was hit high. And the wind, the higher you hit the ball in the air, the farther it's going to travel.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. If you look down on ground level, you're not seeing jerseys or anything move because the wind's not really doing anything down on ground level. But if you look up at the tops of those trees, they are whipping around, and so you're getting some gusty wind at the higher levels there. So if you hit that ball high, it's carrying. So we're talking about the homer, but the other thing that's going to be an adventure today is pop-ups.
Yeah, absolutely. And as the day goes on with the sun, and if these clouds dissipate and you have just a high sky, it's going to be brutal.
That one lifted right field, high, twisting, and Trinidad finds it and gets underneath it. And the pop foul gets him out of it. But, again, that was a bit of an adventure on a ball.
Yeah, let me say this before we go away. I noticed Mose coming off the mound shaking his head like, how'd that ball get out of here?
Yeah.
But it's good job, too, by the hitter. He got it up, and that's what you needed to do.
That's right. If you can get the ball high today with any kind of drive behind it, you got a chance. 2-0 Middle Georgia after half an inning on the Faulkner Sports Network. Let's talk about the man on the mound for Middle Georgia here. The 6-foot lefty out of Panama City Beach, Florida, number 20, Ethan Gill, has been little short of fantastic this year. A 2.75 ERA. This is his 13th appearance, just his third start, though. He's 5-1, 29 strikeouts in 36 innings of work, with a 238 batting average against, and he's a guy that has not given up a long ball yet this year. That one fouled back out of play as Juan Trinidad back to the leadoff spot tonight. So we are 1-1 on the count here.
If he can go through today without giving the long ball, then that's really saying something.
Absolutely. He delivers. That one misses high.
And again, that's no – as a pitcher, it's not an insult if you give up a homer. Don't take it that way. It's just you're playing in a little bandbox today with the wind blowing.
You are, and if you'll watch the flag, it's swirling in these different directions. Big Cut can't get that one. It's swirling in different directions, but what's interesting is you'll see the flag start to scoop upward. That wind is just lifting more and more.
And you say it's supposed to get a little stronger as the day goes on?
Last thing I read said we can get gusts up to 30 miles an hour as the day goes along. Big Cut can't get it. Trinidad's retired.
Yeah, and that's what you want to do if you're a pitcher. If you can limit balls in play, good pitch. He went upstairs with a fastball and got Trinidad.
Trinidad's a hard guy to strike out. That's just his 10th strikeout of the season.
Yeah, and I just wonder as far from a hitting standpoint, that left wrist on the right-hander, I wonder how much that's affecting him right now. It's taped real stiff.
I'll tell you, though,
so you're not,
if Trinidad can play, he's playing.
Yeah. Well, there was no doubt he was going to play.
Jason Polanco up the middle, nearly robbed by the shortstop, but it's a base hit up the middle for Polanco, who, after a really rough ball game last night, got a hit in the 11th, so he's now 2 for his last 2 here.
Yeah, a thing I really liked there was the aggressive turn at first from Juan. He literally had to slide to put on the brakes to stop his momentum. He was halfway down to second before the ball got thrown back in.
Here's Orlando Lordui. A hard luck last night. He doubled down the right field line in his first at bat and then absolutely destroyed 2 balls in the left center field gap that Pimentel robbed both of them at the wall.
Pimentel was outstanding.
He was. He absolutely was. Now, the good news for Lordui, not only is it windy, but Pimentel's not out there in center tonight, so he'll figure out if Bray can rob him.
Yeah, right field, the ball is not going to carry as much. You're kind of fighting the wind when you hit it to right field, but it'll still get out of here in this hot weather.
Ball and no strikes on Orlando Lordui. Lordui with an early entry into our Best Spikes of the Day award. You get nothing except our praise and adulation. That one misses 2-0.
Kind of the same thing I get.
That's right. You get nothing except praise and adulation.
If you're around the area, come on out to Harrison Field. Doubleheader conference weekend. 2 really good teams going at it on a beautiful Saturday afternoon.
The throw over was just more cursory than anything. With the lefty on the mound, I wouldn't expect Polanco to get very far away from the bag. Polanco runs well. 9 stolen bases on the season. But now you're 3-0 on Lordui. You're not running and jeopardizing anything here. The 3-0 offering from Gill to Lordui. You would assume no green light on 3-0 here.
Yeah, really good job by Polanco to get his attention. Now, there's 2 throws to first base, so going with that in the pitch clock rule don't even get me started on that.
It's too early for your diatribe right now. That one misses ball 4. We're only in the first of 16 innings. You got to save some material for later.
Don't assume we're only playing 16.
hey, you did that to us last night. Don't do it again.
You just had the sense last night the way the game was going.
Oh, yeah.
Middle Georgia would put up some runs. Faulkner battle back, tie it. Foul pole now bending. That metal pole, but
Yeah.
you just knew it was going to go down to the last at bat last night. And
Well, and
fortunately, Faulkner had the
what's
last
interesting
at bat.
is that Faulkner didn't have a lead all night until the homer, the walk-off to end the ball game. And they'll throw back over to second and spike it in the dirt, and Polanco gets away from the bag and gets back.
Nice job by the shortstop to get back there.
That would have been, a 1-6-4 pickoff if they had gotten him. The bounce pass into center field to set up the pickoff.
Here's a guy that doesn't need any wind, and gets away.
He's
Still
got to
not
just
enough.
Polanco's just going to have to hang out there. You got 2 on with the wind blowing out and Eduardo Martinez at the plate. Hug the pillow right now. Make him pitch to him.
Yeah, that's 2 to second, 3 to first. Polanco's really got him worried, and if you don't pay attention to what you're doing, it's 3 to 2.
It's 3 to 2, I think. That ball high and deep, right center field, still going and gone. Eduardo Martinez needed just one pitch, and he scoops that one up into the tailwind, and it's his 16th homer of the season.
Yeah, and that's another ball that on a normal day does not get out of here. It's probably caught for now, but again, Polanco distracting him, and he comes with a fastball on the first pitch, and Faulkner's got the lead.
Yeah, I think he spiked the ball on those pickoff throws twice on that turn to second. It's like he turned around and forgot who was at the plate and started him with a first pitch fastball. And Martinez just hung out in the box that whole time. He saw one pitch and sent it off into the trees. 3-2 lead for Faulkner, and now Dariel Colon to the dish. That one misses high. Dariel Colon entered the weekend. Got to find Dariel's numbers here. Yep, entered the weekend hitting .292. Big cut through that one. Colon, the native of Arecibo, Puerto Rico. Another one of these guys on this team with a lot of fun. 2 balls and a strike. Enjoys playing the game. And again, part of that, we talked about it last night, it's not even really a platoon. It's just a group of guys that are competing for playing time in right field. And they all seem to deliver when called upon. 3-1 count. Colon will step back in.
Eduardo Martinez is having a tremendous series right now with the 3 hard hit balls he hit last night.
Yeah.
All 3 of those were harder than the ball that just got out of here.
Absolutely. Dario Colon with a walk, and that'll bring Christian Webb to the dish, speaking of people having a good series.
Yeah, Christian is so unassuming, and I'm telling you, he is the glue to this team. He keeps everybody in check as the catcher.
Yeah.
He's respected by everybody. That when he's quiet, but when he says something, he's got everybody's attention, and he leads by example.
And I thought he did a great job last night with the pitching staff.
Yeah.
As he does most every game. But in particular, you're talking about you go from Ozuna to, Rojas, who's trying to find the confidence and find the groove. And then you've got DeStefano for 3 innings. And at times, Jordan looked really uncomfortable. But, with his timing and the pitch clock and all the things going on, and Christian took control and settled him down. And you wouldn't even realize that by the end of the night, DeStefano goes 3 shutout innings with 7 strikeouts, and Christian Webb a huge part of that.
Yeah, and that was Jordan's longest appearance. He more than likely not available today unless in emergency.
Yeah, and he pitched 2 innings against Reinhardt earlier this week,
Yeah,
so it would really surprise me if he's available.
But you're right. You can't say enough about the job Jordan did and the entire Faulkner staff last night.
Ball and a strike on Christian Webb.
Middle Georgia can really swing the bats.
Absolutely. Webb awaits and takes, and it's a ball and 2 strikes. Still just 1 out in the inning. Runner over at first base is Dario Colon. This is the 6th batter of the frame.
And we're getting into that, we always talk about the length of the the team is hitting, the length of time, and we're getting into that time now where Mose Hayes has been sitting on the bench for a while, and you start to cool off, you lose that sweat. Sometimes you'll see a pitcher go to the bullpen on a long inning and just toss to stay loose.
2 balls, 2 strikes right now on Christian Webb. Dario Colon with a modest lead at first base, and Gill delivers. Webb straight up, high, pop fly. It's an adventure. Catcher over, first baseman over. First baseman will squeeze it. And 2 gone in the inning now.
You know, talking about the shoe game, I like like Cologne's got on today. Got those all whites shining real bright in this hot sun.
The all white cleats is something you like?
Yeah,
Spoken
yeah.
like a real old guy. So
Well, I'm with the white uniform.
those aren't Skechers, you know that, right? So that's more your wheelhouse right now.
Your boy don't wear any
Listen,
Skechers.
I'm talking about
Okay.
Skechers because I've got 2 pair of slip-ins that are
Okay.
like the greatest thing I've ever worn. That one misses.
I heard they are comfortable.
They're incredible. I can't do the whole loafer thing, even preaching. So I just I step into my Skechers slip-ins and move on.
The wind, the
the
wind is
really
just
moving out there.
unbelievable.
The flag almost starting to wrap around the pole. Martinez fouls it away. Adrian Martinez, again, the story of last night because of the way it ended. He had such a struggle early on. By the 5th inning, he was pulled from the ball game, 0 for 3, had left 4 runners on base, struck out with the bases loaded, had a misplay, had an error, gets inserted in the bottom of the 11th of a tie ball game, and makes the most of the redemptive moment with the walk-off homer. There's a grounder to first. Tough hop. First baseman sits on it and makes the play, and the inning is over. But Faulkner gets 3 back on the Eduardo Martinez long ball. 3-2 Faulkner after 1. Justin Aponte, he appeared as a runner last night, but did not get an at-bat. He'll start the inning here. Aponte hitting a .192 on the year, grounder to third. Sitting back on it is Martinez. And Aponte beats it out, infield hit.
Yeah, that was a slow hit ball that took that high hop at the end, and Adrian had to kind of back up and wait on it.
Yeah, not much he could do.
No, really good speed by the Aponte.
I thought he made a good play to give himself a chance there.
Yeah, I did too.
Here is number 6'7" Datron Bray, transferred from Georgia Gwinnett. Bray, a 289 hitter on the year with 12 RBIs.
I'd look, nice breaking ball, a little high. I'd look for, if they don't sacrifice him over, I'd look for Aponte to try to steal right here.
Yeah. You got, and not that Webb doesn't have a good arm, but he caught 11 innings last night. He can't be 100%. I think I would test him just to see, and that one hit straight away center. Lord Dewey sits on it and makes the play. One gone. Now Luke Davis. Again, Davis didn't hit last night. Davis, a freshman out of Glen St. Mary, Florida, hitting .273 on the season.
Starting to get a pretty good crowd again on this beautiful day on the Faulkner side. A lot of umbrellas out.
Yeah. Hayes delivers.
Really good jump.
They throw down and got him. Webb said, I ain't that tired. Christian Webb throws him out.
Yeah, bang, bang play. Good tag, good throw by Webb, good tag by Polanco.
The caught stealing retires Aponte.
First pitch, a strike, Jeremy.
I thought it was a ball, but I'm not sure, and we may never know. That one fouled right side. We'll see what the umpire says the count is here.
Yeah, 1-1.
So it was a ball. Ball and a strike here. Once again, a shout out to our Faulkner Sports Network crew for being here all weekend long. We'll tell you more about them over the course of the game as that one's in there for strike 1 and 2.
Yeah, and the fact that there's a big jamboree weekend is what it's called, but a huge event for the entire student body. A lot of parents, former alumni come back, and it's really watching the ground ball.
Martinez with an error there.
But it's really for the Faulkner students to come out here and work today and miss the festivities going on. That just shows how much they are dedicated to the FSN network.
Well, we've had, been here 7 years now almost. We've had some really, really good groups. We've had some really good students. This may be the best overall group we've ever had with FSN. It's been a tremendous year.
Yeah, and when you started this, I know it was the vision you had from the beginning, and it has paid off. And just from what I've seen in other ballparks and traveling around throughout, not just the conference, but it's second to none. It's really impressive to watch these kids work. They get to produce the broadcast. Sometimes they're on the air, keep up with a scoreboard that is not as easy
older
to work
than
than you think.
It's older than they are.
It's not as easy as pushing ball 1, ball 2.
Right.
It's you got to push like 3 different combinations. And the music and everything is all run and operated by the students, and what a good job they do.
I appreciate that. As there's the fly ball to center field, Lord Dewey makes the play, and the error amounts to nothing. We head to the bottom of the second. Faulkner up 1 on the Faulkner Sports Network. Oviedo leading off the inning. 8-9-1 due up for Faulkner. It's Marlon Oviedo, Anthony Bassett in one, Trinidad. If anybody should reach, Jason Polanco.
And Oviedo trying to have some of that Samir Rojas luck run off on him, wearing Sammy's number today, number 27. Oviedo is a kid that you can't help but love when you watch him play.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. There's a number of those guys on this team. That one's lifted, left side. And the center fielder, Bray, will make the play in left center.
Oviedo, Clemente, you know, it doesn't matter where they hit the ball. They're 100% speed out of the batter's box. Complete hustle everywhere they go, even on and off the field.
Here's one of the smoothest defensive players we've seen at Faulkner in a long time.
The best, yeah. And
some smooth shoe game as well. A little bit of hint of a light blue on there.
Yeah, got a little Carolina blue.
He awaits the first pitch from Gill. That one inside for a strike. It's an 0-1 count. No balls and a strike. Anthony Bassett Torres from Nicaragua swings through that one, 0-2.
The magician with a glove.
So Gill seems to have settled in pretty well here after giving up the home run to Eduardo Martinez and then the walk to Dariel Colon. He did a good job against Adrian Martinez to end last inning.
Yeah, and Gill may be one of those guys. Mose is to an extent. If you don't get him in the first inning, you don't get him. And a lot of times, for whatever reason, guys have trouble when they come from the bullpen to the mound in that first inning. And, you know, Gill may be fine the rest of the game. His numbers that he's got on the year sure reflect that he's that type of pitcher.
Yeah, he's really interesting because, like I said, this is his 13th appearance, but only his 4th start. So it seems like they haven't used him in the rotation a lot. That is a shot, but it's going to be foul. Nearly hit a car out there on Wares Ferry Road. Again, Torres says, I like this wind. I wanted to take advantage of it.
Yeah, he's probably a guy in his ERA under 3 is outstanding. But, you know, maybe they saw something in the pen and said, we need to get this guy in the rotation. And he's throwing game 2 of an important conference series for both teams. So,
got a payoff pitch
they believe in him.
Absolutely. Payoff pitch coming to Anthony Bassett Torres. Wind still blowing out mightily, and he'll walk him.
It's good at bat for.
Yeah. You're talking about a 6-7 pitch at bat again, and now Juan Trinidad stood there, got to see more of Gill's offering, and Trinidad, who struck out his first time, a little bit better of an idea of what he's facing here.
Yeah. Very few times have I ever seen Juan strike out back-to-back, so I would expect he hit something hard here in this at-bat.
Trinidad awaits, shows bunt, drops it down. Beautiful bunt down the line, rolls foul. Would have been a hit if it had stayed fair.
Yeah, good surprise there from Juan. Nobody expecting bunt, including us up in the box. Juan's at first base.
Did they say it stayed fair?
Evidently they are.
Well, okay, yeah. He's putting the leg guard back on.
Yeah. Because I was looking, thinking that was a good 2 feet foul.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Did we change the rule and no one told us? So Juan Trinidad took the gear off and put it back on quickly. Now has to redo the gear. He thought he'd beaten it out and it was safe. I guess he never heard the foul call. No balls and a strike on Juan Trinidad.
You can see Gill is a different pitcher with men on base, too. He's uncomfortable with Bassett Torres on there now. Long look.
Yeah, and it's funny because Faulkner's a team historically that runs a lot, and over the course of the year they've run a lot. 69 bases stolen coming into the weekend, but they didn't run very much yesterday.
No, they didn't.
And some of that is Middle Georgia and the Pitt game, but
yeah, you go back and look through the record books. Faulkner holds 4 of the top 5 of most stolen bases in the season, including, I think, 204. They've got 4 seasons with over 190 stolen bases, and not going to reach that this year, but they do love to run.
ball and 2 strikes. Yeah, and this is a different lineup construction. You don't get to steal bases when you're hitting the ball out of the yard as much as they are this year.
Well, you've got a good point there.
So you're talking about now 54 home runs on the season as a team. Maybe 55. That one is lifted and out of here by Juan Trinidad.
2-run home run.
Yeah, I think that one gets out either way. Gill hung a breaking ball, and Juan took care of it.
So Juan Trinidad makes it a 5-2 lead with the homer to left center. Not much doubt about that one.
Probably Juan's a little more happier with that rather than the bunt for a single.
Yeah. I mean, if you're going to have to run down the first baseline, think you're safe, take your gear off, face the embarrassment, put your gear back on and come back, you might as well do something with the chance.
Yeah, Juan's going to tell everybody he was 2 for 2 that at bat.
That's right. Jason Polanco to the dish.
Jason with a base hit, his first at bat.
Polanco fouls it off. The Juan Trinidad moment reminds me, I don't know if you're a stand-up comedy guy, but Nate Bargatze's one of my favorite guys. A clean stand-up, it's hard to find, but Nate Bargatze does a bit where he's talking about playing Little League when he was a kid, and he gets an inside the park home run on a walk. Like he goes running, and there's a grounder to third baseman, smooth play up and firing.
Yeah, nice play.
So he draws the walk, and he takes off. He makes the turn to second, and the catcher looks at him like he's daring him, so he goes, and the catcher throws it, and they start throwing the ball all around the yard, and he slides in safe at the plate for the umpire to look at him and go, that was ball 3. So
that's pretty good.
And so then he struck out on the next pitch and went back to the dugout. Orlando Lordui to the dish with 2 away. Again, Lordui hit the ball hard last night. Robbed on a couple of balls into the gap. Great plays by Pimentel in center. Lordui awaits the 0-1 offering from Gill. And for a guy like Lordui, as he fouls that one back, who has prodigious power, you know that watching the ball fly out of the yard with this kind of wind today, he's got to keep himself from getting over eager.
Yeah, because Orlando can hit it out to left fairly easy if he can get it to stay on it.
And he's, you go back to, again, last night. You have these kind of conditions last night. He's got 2 or 3 out of here.
Yeah. He'll take the win, though. That's
no doubt.
These guys are a team that W is a lot more important than going 4 for 4.
Lordui, the rare, very rare,
he's trying
two-sport varsity letter.
Yeah, Orlando laughing right now is, how did I not get hit with that last pitch?
That's right. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Lordui picked up playing JV soccer last fall and was so good they bumped him up to varsity. And so he leaves Faulkner with letters in 2 sports as he draws the 3rd ball there.
Yeah, once you get out of high school, start moving up, you don't see that as often, your dual sport athletes.
No. And it's more common here in my time here for women than it has been for men. It's very rare on the men's side Big cut, can't get it, and Lordui is retired. And a great job by Gill to bounce back after the home run. Faulkner leads 5-2 after 2 on the Faulkner Sports Network. Yadiel Perez, top of the order due up for Middle Georgia State here. Perez, Salter, and Falk, second time through the order.
Perez had a good night last night as well.
He did. He was an absolute pest in the early innings. Had 3 RBIs. That went over for a strike. Mose Hayes, again, sat for a long time as Faulkner was at the plate for a while. Give you an idea, that went over for a strike. We've played 2 innings, and we're 48 minutes into this ballgame.
Yeah, first one a 7-inning game. Game 2 and 9. Just for whatever reason, 9, 7, and 9 is what college baseball plays in their conference series.
Unless you end up having a 7 on that first one because of the run rule.
Yeah, I really don't understand it. I mean, another inning and a half or 2 innings.
On the ground, Hayes will handle it. And a little PFP for Mose Hayes. 1 gone.
It's funny. I talked to Juan Trinidad about that same thing a couple hours ago. I said, Juan, what do you think about these 7-inning games? I know as a player what I think about them. And he said, I don't like them at all. He said, I want to be out there as long as I can. I don't want to play a 7-inning game. And I said, yeah, I've kind of figured that's what you're going to say.
Yeah, I don't know a lot of players that do like them. That one misses.
Other than maybe Christian Webb, when you're catching 27 innings in a weekend.
Yeah, that's a lot. It's an awful lot.
He's already caught 14 this weekend.
That one misses somewhere, 2-0.
And we'll probably catch all of them today.
Nobody likes a 10-plus run lead more than Christian Webb, though, because he can get a break for a minute.
And from here on out, it's not going to get any cooler.
No, not even a little bit. 2-0 count right now to Salter, and he fouls it back. Salter had a sacrifice bunt his first time. Salter had a home run last night. It's a 2-1 count.
Yeah, it's only 85 right now, so we're at the cool part of the afternoon. That's
Line drive through the right side, and a base hit for Chaz Salter.
Yeah, a little 25-mile-an-hour wind.
And gusting to more than that. I just noticed how unsightly the one dead tree is out behind the left field fence.
That's the one Sean Ross kept hitting with the home runs, and it finally died.
So it's this field of luscious green trees, and then that one. Falk takes ball one.
You know, wonder Sean Ross, Puerto Rican native, excuse me. Wonder what he thinks about Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
With Altoona now at AA, and I've never. Oh, that's rip. Oh, great play by
What
Eddie.
a play by Martinez to rob a double. Way to bounce back there, Martinez, after the error last inning.
As finishing that thought, I've never had Pennsylvania on my bucket list of places to go. Might be a great state, but just kind of like Buffalo. Nothing there appeals to me.
I got a good buddy who went to Faulkner for a year, lives up there in the Pittsburgh area, big Pirates fan. He's planning on going over to Altoona to see Sean Ross. Said he's going to sing the alma mater, see if he can get his attention. And
Sean may not know it.
Sean may not know it.
I never did. I still don't.
Abbott to the dish. But Pittsburgh seems to be one of the best baseball towns, and it's on my list to go to a game in every Major League stadium, so I got to get the two Pennsylvania ones.
Yeah, it's a beautiful park. Talking about singing the alma mater. I was at a Louisville, I'm trying to think, I can't remember where they played, a Louisville game, University of Louisville, a couple of years ago. I had on my Faulkner hat. Just the Faulkner brand, logo, how well it's known throughout the country. I was sitting in the stands, and Louisville had a pitcher a couple years ago named Brendan McKay that ended up playing with Montgomery.
Two-way player. The Rays drafted him,
And the guy sitting next to me said, "You're from Montgomery, right?" I said, "Yeah." He says, "Yeah, I recognize the hat." He said, "We got one of our own down there playing for the Montgomery Biscuits in Tampa Bay." And I said, "Oh, yeah, Brandon McKay." And just thought that was kind of cool that he recognized just the hat.
Yeah.
So, and that's due to the success of the program, obviously.
That's pretty cool. 2 balls and a strike here on Abbott. Abbott had a 2-run homer last time, hit it off the scoreboard. 3-1 here. Hayes being careful with the big first baseman.
Yeah, Abbott's had a good weekend so far. As you mentioned, a couple of hits last night, and already a homer today.
Hayes doesn't want to walk him, but I don't think he's going to be mad if he does.
No, Middle Georgia's got the radar gun on Mose right now, and there's a pitch clock violation. And that's ball 4.
So McCarthy pointing at the box, I think, saying that Abbott had called time and had not stepped out.
That's not going to work.
Well, they haven't sent him to first.
Yeah, I guess it has. Yeah, you're right.
And now Paul Knight coming to argue.
Yeah, obviously Abbott's still standing there, so obviously
I don't know what Abbott thinks of the whole thing, but I don't think he's going to be mad to get a chance to hit ahead in the count 3-1. Guy hit one off the scoreboard last time. I think I'd just say I'll turn down the pitch clock violation. I want to hit. So So they're going to go with the timeout instead of the pitch clock violation here. 3-1 count.
So no pitch since the hitter had called timeout.
Mound visit
okay.
on Faulkner. Lifted, left side.
That's trouble.
Long run. Left fielder gets there. Oviedo squeezes it, and the inning is over. So they will strand one. Faulkner leads by 3 through 2.5 on the Faulkner Sports Network.
Here's the big guy, Edwarney Martinez.
Edwarney's seen one pitch. That was enough for a 3-run homer. He swings through this one, 0-1. 16 homers on the season now for Edwarney Martinez.
Yeah, and we can't give enough credit to Trey Holmes, former Arizona Diamondback organization.
On the ground to third.
But Trey, that's
and
airmail.
he threw it in the toilet, as I tell my 12-year-olds when I'm coaching them. And a two-base E5.
Yeah, Trey has really worked hard with Edwarney, and to his credit, Edwarney has listened to every word. Last year, you saw Edwarney pulling off the slider, having trouble with it, having trouble recognizing slider, fastball, and this year they've worked on Edwarney taking that pitch to right field, and as you've seen, more than half of his home runs have been opposite field. Then again, when you have 110 exit velocity, you can hit it out of any park.
Yeah.
And that's why scouts are so high on this kid.
You know, and again, I've only been around for about 7 years. I think this is my 8th season here. When you take a look, and there's been a lot of talent, as Dario Colon bunts that one foul. There's been a lot of talent in terms of just gifted, prolific hitters in the amount of time I've been here. He's top 3 at worst, and he may not be 2 or 3.
No.
Sean Ross is really, really special, and I mean Edwarney is in that conversation. And for Orlando may be in that top 3 as well. He's incredibly gifted.
Yeah, and I think that right there that you just saw was just a case of the pitcher didn't want to throw that pitch, and rather than calling time, he just –
yeah, I don't think they're worried about Edwarney stealing.
Edwarney's not going to go in this situation.
No balls and a strike on Dario Colon. Shows bunt and fouls it off, so Colon going to have to swing away with 2 on him. Played Pepper with both foul lines. No balls, 2 strikes on Dariel Colon with Eduardo Martinez, the man at second. Fouls it straight back.
We talked last night about this Faulkner outfield and the depth they have. You know, you didn't see Colon starting last night. He's in the lineup today. Faulkner's got 6 or 7 guys that you can put out in the outfield and not miss a beat, defensively or offensively.
Another foul ball by Colon.
And you mentioned the shortstops. We got 3 shortstops in the infield with Juan at first and Polanco at second. And, of course, the wizard,
Anthony Bassett
at short. And all 3 were former shortstops in junior college or here. Juan's been here all 4 years.
0-2 count. Big cut, can't get it. Colon's retired. First out of the inning.
And that doesn't always work. You know, you can't, it's not as easy as you would think from going to shortstop to second base. You're changing the entire side of the field you play on.
Right.
Everything's at a different angle, and you've got to learn how to turn to, and these guys have really done a good job with it. John Michael Matthews was one who was great at that.
Christian Webb takes strike 1. Big overhand breaking ball from Gill there.
Webb's about due for a home run. He's had a really good weekend. I feel like today he's going to get one.
Misses away there, 1-1. Five 5-2 ball game with a runner out at second base. Lifted foul out of play.
Really good weekend if you're a sports enthusiast, especially here. You got a doubleheader on a beautiful day, Final Four tonight, the red-hot Atlanta Braves with their first win.
Yeah.
After
it's like
8 games.
Brian Snitker should quote Lou Brown in his pregame speech today. We won yesterday. If we win today, that's 2 in a row. If we do it again tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
One of the great movies of all time, Major League. First one a lot better than the second one, I thought.
Full count. Payoff pitch on the way to Christian Webb.
Little mound conference.
Cuniff going to go out and talk with the pitcher.
You know, we talked about this last night. I showed my wife my thumb, and she asked me, how did you get your thumb hurt broadcasting a baseball game? I said, yeah, I really don't know.
It's the thing about aging. When you get hurt and people are like, oh, no, what do you do? I was putting on my socks.
Yeah.
I yawned too viciously. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
She said, you were just sitting down. I said, well,
yeah.
Sometimes things happen.
That's right. Payoff pitch on the way to Webb.
There you go.
And he puts it over the head of the second baseman. Really good piece of hitting by Webb. Martinez takes the big turn. He'll head home. No play at the plate, and it's an RBI single to right for Christian Webb.
Good base running by the big fellow. Had a good tight turn around third and scores easily.
Let's see who comes in to run for Webb here.
Looks like it's going to be Kenny De Clemente, who's got game 1 off. Going to run the bases here. Courtesy runner, as all college baseball games have a speed-up rule where the runner comes in for the catcher so they can go ahead and get their gear on and not have to wait for the next inning.
At the dish, Marlon Oviedo. or rather Adrian Martinez. I read 27 on the jersey. It's 21 on the jersey. I thought that's too big to be Marlin.
Yeah, and you can't say it enough how happy we were for Adrian Martinez and his teammates, especially with that walk-off homer after everything last night.
Fights that one off the fist. Third baseman goes to second for one. On to first in time, and the 5-4-3 double play will end the inning. Faulkner gets one on the Christian Webb single. They lead 6-2 after 3 on the Faulkner Sports Network. Third baseman Michael Flaherty started that double play to end the last half inning, and he'll get to start this inning at the plate. Fouls it. 0-1.
Any relation to Jack?
I don't think so.
We had a good outing the other night for the Dodgers. America's team, apparently. They're on TV every night now. It's one thing about it. You can find the Dodgers, the Yankees, and the Cowboys on every weekend.
Well, it's because it's all the same fan base. One count here on Flaherty.
Yeah, Moses settled down after the first inning home run that he allowed. And
over for a strike.
We knew you're going to see a few today. We've already seen 2. Three. I forgot about Trinidad.
That one misses. 2-2.
Juan and Ed Warney have both homered to account for 5 of Faulkner's 6 runs.
That one on the ground through the left side and a base hit. Aponte to the dish. He legged out an infield single his first time.
Yeah, one thing about Mose Hayes, he's always going to be around the strike zone. Limits his walks, and that's why he's in so many games and a lengthy amount of innings. doesn't throw extra pitches. Pitches to contact most of the time, and most of the time it's weak contact.
Well, yeah, and the other thing about him, because he is about location and pitch mix, he's not out there trying to overpower everybody, and so he's able to go deeper in games because that stamina holds up. He's not kind of throwing his arm out.
No, he's what the definition of a pitcher is.
Yeah,
he pitches. He doesn't throw.
Ball and a strike. Big cut through that one. 1-2.
Little slider on 2-0, or excuse me, on 1-1. And now with Faulkner up 6-2, middle of this game, that kind of shuts down the Middle Georgia running game just a little bit. You're not as likely to run down 4 as you would be in a closer game.
No, you don't want to give outs away in a 7-inning game like this, and you're already in the 4th. Throws over, back on the belly.
Looking at Oviedo in left field, not too deep, but then I realized really doesn't matter. Anything over his head is going to fly out of here anyway.
Absolutely.
Take away the bloop singles.
That one fouled back out of play. Ball and 2 strikes. Line, Polanco spins for 1, and Torres able to get back on the bag.
Yeah, that's all they were going to get anyway on that play, and good job by Jason to get the sure out.
So the fielder's choice gets Aponte aboard, but the 4-6 put out retires Flaherty there. 1 gone in the inning. On the ground, Bassett goes the short route to erase Aponte, another fielder's choice.
Yeah, Polanco thought that was the 3rd out. Didn't make the turn.
I don't know if he had a throw on
No,
Bray.
I don't think he gets him either way. But
too slow of a roller.
Yeah, and Bassett giving him a hard time about it. Reminding him that we play 3 outs in this league.
Davis to the dish now.
Don't know what you guys do in Chicago, but down here in the South and everywhere else in the world, it's 3 outs already.
We count the 3. Hayes delivers. Davis show bunt. Looked like he chased it, but they'll say he pulled back. Ball 1.
Yeah, we saw last night Middle Georgia jumping on the fastballs all night long, and Ozuna was very effective, but they've got a different type of at-bat with Mose Hayes out there. You don't know what you're going to see. You're rarely going to see the fastball, and when you do, it's a surprise.
1-1 count here on Davis. Wind blowing straight out again. Throw over to keep Bray close.
Jeremy, that's kind of interesting. I was talking to Rojas this morning, and that changeup he was throwing last night, he's been working on that all year. He's throwing that little kick change, that new changeup.
Lifted straight up, middle of the diamond. Torres has it, and the inning is over. So, nothing doing for Middle Georgia. We head to the bottom of the 4th. We'll talk about that Rojas changeup when we come back on the Faulkner Sports Network.
kept that.
So Oviedo is wearing Samir Rojas's number, and Oviedo is at the plate. Samir Rojas added a new pitch.
Yeah, he's been working on that kick change, which is, the name of it is that, and nice bunt.
Third baseman Flaherty barehands and fires, not in time, and an infield hit on the bunt
Yeah, and
for Marlon Oviedo.
Making sure Oviedo was okay. He went down like maybe had pulled something, but he was just taking off shin guard. And what that kick change is, it's just something that pitchers have come up with now where on their grip on the changeup, if you're holding a baseball, they lift the middle finger up off of the baseball. So you're still throwing it with your thumb and everything. But a normal changeup, you've got that middle finger down there applying a little pressure. And so, you back-to-back bunts.
Bassett with a sac bunt will move Oviedo.
And whether it will continue to be the thing, there's always a new thing. They had this sweeper, which is basically a modified slider, curveball. And, Tom Glavine, first one to know that came out with a circle change, and nobody was able to throw it as effective as he did.
No.
Probably never will, but it just ball moves a little different. That's all it is. Kind of like your two-seam fastball will run a little more than your fast four-seamer does. Pitchers are funny.
Trinidad homered his last time. He'll pop it straight up on the first pitch here.
Yeah, he didn't really thought he had found it out of play. Pitchers are a different breed. They like to experiment with the baseball and grip it this way, it does that. And grip it the other way, it does something different. And
I think Faulkner's decided they don't like the pace of this game. We've seen 3 pitches over the last 3 batters.
they've sped it up.
An hour and 19 minutes into the ball game, and we're in the bottom of the 4th. I'm okay with that.
Boy, Jason was hitting some bombs during batting practice today.
Swings through that one.
Right now, just need a base hit and pick up another run for the Eagles. Polanco, not a guy you look at and think he has a lot of power, but he's got double-digit home runs this year.
Yeah.
Quick hands.
He is one of 3 Eagles with double-digit home runs, 11 on the season for him. Take away there, 1-1.
Yeah, and he's hitting well over 300 and pretty much equal from both sides of the plate. Switch hitter, and he's got just as much power from either side. Hits for a high average from both sides. He's just a good ball player.
And it's just the way things go. But the funny thing is, the guy on deck, Orlando Lordui, is the guy coming into the year that you felt like, okay, if somebody's going to be the home run leader, that's the guy, and probably by a lot. He's 3rd on the team right now.
He's got 10.
Yes, sir. Grounded to 3rd. Flaherty fields it, pumps and fires, and the inning is over. So a quick inning of work here as we head to the 5th on the Faulkner Sports Network. I've got a photographer down there. No, you're all right. She's floating around there down there somewhere. No, you're just fine. That'd be great. Save the pin. Let's see where he's at right now. Oh, well. Conniff leading off here. Mose Hayes, 54 pitches into his outing. That one over for a strike. Sent straight away center field. Lord Dewey will handle that one.
Another quick out by Mose Hayes.
All of those are appreciated. Perez to the dish as we're back to the top of the order.
Keeping his pitch count down, trying to. Faulkner would love, ideally, for Mose to go 7 innings today and get a complete game, kind of save the pen for the remainder of the afternoon, but it just kind of depends on how things go. It's got to really be frustrating for these hitters from Middle Georgia to not see a fastball, just continuing to get junk after junk.
No balls and a strike. That one missed somewhere. 1-1. I think some days the only thing that limits Mose Hayes is a tight zone.
Yeah.
Because when he misses, it's not by much. That one.
Yeah, that's a pretty good pitch right there.
Yeah, the last two both look like strikes from where we're sitting. And the umpire said, nope, he wants them lower.
Yeah.
Two balls and a strike. That one high now.
Yeah, he's just missing. But, control is not a problem. He's still throwing it pretty good. It's just a ball or so out of the zone.
Lifted. Straight or right field now coming over. And Cologne will squeeze it.
Yeah, we talk about Mose Hayes and the location. The guy that really enjoys this is Christian Webb because he can get comfortable back there, and he's not worried about having to get down and block a ball or backhand anything.
Because that's the interesting thing about Mose. Everything's got movement, but it's not like he's throwing a lot of curveballs or sliders in the dirt that you're having to block up.
No. They're hittable. They look hittable to the hitter, and that's the main thing.
Salter at the dish. He's got a single and a sac bunt so far this afternoon.
A rarity that Salter has not been on base yet.
Oh, he had a hit.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Had the single.
And he sends that one to right, and Dario Colon is there, and it's a quick inning for Mose Hayes. All gifts appreciated. We head to the bottom of the fifth on the Faulkner Sports Network. Bottom 5 now. Faulkner leading 6-2. 2-3-4 due, or 3-4-5 rather due up. It's Lord Dewey, Eduardo Martinez, and Cologne. Gill back to work. He'll take ball 1.
Yeah, and Gill's done a good job of eating some innings in this game for the Knights as well.
Yeah, both teams after last night coming in wanting to save that bullpen if at all possible. And Lord Dewey lifts that one high to left field, driving back, further back, and he'll make the catch.
Now, that looked like the shortstop's ball when it left the bat.
Yeah.
And it ends up on the warning track.
68 pitches for Gill now through 4 1/3.
Gill, as well as Mose Hayes, have actually done a good job of limiting the home runs, keeping the ball out of the air.
Yeah.
I know that each has given up a home run, and Gill's given up 3, but
2.
Excuse me, 3 in the game, right? But they've done a good job.
Yeah, here's the guy who's got one of those, and Eduardo Martinez. He'll take away 1-0. Martinez saw one pitch in his first at bat, and he sent it to the light pole in right center. He grounded to third his last time and reached on an error. Came around to score on Christian Webb's single.
Yeah, had the home run, as you mentioned, last night, one today. And
a couple of doubles last night.
Yeah, he's going for a Conference Player of the Week honors if he can have another strong game and finish this one off.
Well, it's really interesting. You know, you feel like he's a strong candidate for Conference Player of the Year, but then you look at Rigoberto Hernandez down at William Carey and his numbers, and those are the two guys you feel like are most likely to win that award. 2 balls and a strike right now. He'll check there.
Really good discipline by Eduardo to lay off that high fastball.
Well, and that's the thing about him. You know, you talk about all of this power, and you would expect this would be a guy that strikes out a lot, but he really doesn't.
No, he sure doesn't.
3-1 count. He'll take away, and there's a walk to Eduardo Martinez.
And that's not a bad job by Gill. Obviously, you don't want to put runners on, but in a game like this, in these conditions, if he lifts a fly ball anywhere, it's gone. And
that's right.
Limit the damage when you can.
Dario Colon to the dish now.
Trey Holmes looking pretty good in the all-white out there today, coaching first base. Mike Correa, as always, over at third for the Eagles.
That one misses 1-0. I noticed you didn't say that Mike looks pretty good at third. You just said he's at third.
Well, he's got the black jacket on. That takes away from the look.
That one fouled back, 1-1.
But Trey's going with the all-white, got the white shoes on as well.
Colon 0 for 1 with a walk.
Trey Holmes with the Faulkner single-season stolen base record of 59.
That's crazy. He'll take away there, 2-1.
Had a good career in baseball after he left here.
2 balls and a strike on Dario Colon.
Yeah, I want to say he was something like 59 out of 64 stolen base attempts.
That one over for a strike. 2-2 count. Colon will dig back in. Martinez takes the lead. Colon will take there under the zone. Full count now. Payoff pitch on the way.
Yeah, this is a big at bat right here if you're Gill. You don't want to put 2 runners on with only 1 down and Christian Webb on deck, who's swinging a hot bat as well.
Full count payoff pitch coming for Colon. Fouled it away. So we're into quality at bat territory. It's pitch number 7's coming.
Yeah, first time today there's a little bit of action in the Middle Georgia bullpen. Guys got up just to get loose, not really getting hot at the moment, but probably will be in next inning.
Colon sends that one over the head of the shortstop. It'll drop in left center, and there's a base hit for Dariel Colon. Good at bat for him.
Still nobody getting loose in the pen for Faulkner. Looks like it's Mose Hayes.
Christian Webb.
We understand we've got a little issue with the video for the moment. We'll try to get that.
We'll bring you audio as best as possible here.
Christian Webb with 2 runners on. Faulkner with a 6-2 lead here in the bottom of the 5th.
That one misses away for ball 1 to Christian Webb. Webb had a single to right his last time, drove in a run. Ball and no strikes. That one misses low, 2-0. Get a technical issue here, and
we're going to blame it on the wind. The windy conditions have affected the video feed that we're bringing to you.
Our great producer trying to put it all back together for us. Hoping this is the last year of our setup, as currently is. We have purchased a camera system, and you'll have a view from each of the dugouts as well as behind the plate. And when the video board's installed, you'll have one from out in center field as well.
Yeah, it's really going to be nice if you're here at the ballpark or if you're viewing at home next year. You're going to have multiple, as Jeremy just said, multiple cameras. We'll be able to show instant replays on the scoreboard and
2 balls and a strike.
Big things coming.
Banged into the dirt to the third baseman Flaherty. He'll go the short route for 1, and then they'll make the turn for 2, and the 5-4-3 ends the inning. And we head to the 6th on the Faulkner Sports Network. Zane Falk leading off the sixth here for Middle Georgia in a 6-2 ball game. Mose Hayes delivers. Foul back. No balls and a strike.
Marco Zuna on foul ball duty.
You got to give him something to do.
Yeah, or he may have volunteered just to get out.
Marco doesn't like sitting still.
Yeah, beautiful weather today. He wants out in the sun. And somebody just handed him the ball, so he didn't have to go far to get it.
Hayes delivers. Misses away, 1-1.
Yeah, really good outing from Mose Hayes so far. He gave up the 2-run homer in the first and not much else.
Hayes delivers. Big swing through that one, 1-2. Top six here. Hayes sitting at 66 pitches. This is number 67.
Oh, what a pitch.
Strike three.
The movement on that was that. He calls that pitch the thing because there's really no other name for it. And I'm not sure how well it shows up on the camera, but it acts as a screwball on a right, and it just filthy. Pitch was right down the middle and then broke what looked like a foot, into the batter and froze him.
One away in the inning here for Abbott. He'll take ball one. Hayes delivers, misses away, 2-0.
Yeah, that was the same pitch that he just struck out Falk with and had a little trouble there with the grip.
That one gets away, 3-0. Rare 3-0 count for Hayes here.
Yeah, I remember you had sent me and I don't remember the exact number, but the stat that over the course of the career, how many 3-0 counts Greg Maddox had, and it was just unbelievable how few they were.
Yeah. And a 4-pitch walk to Abbott. Again, that's the guy who hit the homer earlier, and Hayes careful with him. Now Michael Flaherty. Flaherty's turned a couple of really good plays over there at third for that double play. There's a pair of 5-4-3 double plays in the ball game.
Yeah, Hayes would like to get a 2-ball right here and get out of the inning.
Preferably on the first pitch. Flaherty said, "I'm not helping you." Strike one. "72 pitches in the ball game for Mose Hayes.
Faulkner now with a little bullpen action as that's fouled out of play. So pitch count may get Mose here from throwing a complete game if the score remains the same. Looks like Matt Meyer just getting loose.
Meyer threw 1 inning last night. No balls, 2 strikes here. Broke that one back over the plate. My goodness.
Yeah, that's that. He doesn't even have a name for it, but it's that screwball action, and have not seen anybody else throw that pitch. You're out. I can't imagine sometimes in Alaska that you've got unless you're an outdoorsman, got a lot to do, and I can see Mose just
Sitting around
sitting
figuring out
around
pitch scripts, yeah.
looking at wiffle balls and thinking, I can do this with a baseball.
No balls and a strike. That one over 0-2 now.
Remember, good friend of the program, Stafford Quinley, used to throw a ball that kind of looked like a frisbee.
That's
coming
right.
up there.
0-2 count.
Got him.
Called strike 3. All 3 outs of the inning on that very same pitch. Middle Georgia doesn't put one in play in the 6th. It stays 6-2. We go to the bottom half. Back here for the bottom of the 6th. 7, 8, 9 do it for Faulkner. And Martinez takes ball 1. Gill still working hard out there. Pitch number 86.
There you go.
Martinez sends it to right. So, 1 on now.
Faulkner trying to make it a little bit more difficult for Middle Georgia to come back in the top half of the 7th.
Marlon Oviedo to the dish. Marlon's the left fielder. Gill delivers. That one's sent to center, and back-to-back base hits on back-to-back pitches. So 2 on, nobody out for the Eagles, and something brewing here in the 6th. Now Anthony Bassett to the plate.
Looks like we're going to see John Michael Riley come in to run. Not sure, but looks like he's going to run for Adrian out at second.
So Riley running at second. Get a little more speed aboard there.
That big club he's got on his right arm probably slows him down a little bit. Got a cast on his forearm with a lot of protective wrap on it.
So Torres has drawn a walk, dropped down a sacrifice bunt, and scored a run. Nine-hole hitter up. Wouldn't be surprised to see him bunt here, and he squares early. Pulls bat back there, 1-0.
Yeah, and Gill right now looks to try to go the distance here for Middle Georgia.
2-0. You know, and I get the philosophy behind it, but I've always kind of questioned. You know, you got guys on first and second, nobody out. A guy squares and wants to give you an out. Throw something up there and let him bunt it.
Yeah,
get and take that out, and then work from there. But Gill kind of overcooked the last couple pitches. Bassett will step back in. He squares. Pulls back 3-0. Nope, they'll call the strike on that one, 2-1. Been windy all day. The flag not moving right now, but if you look above the flagpole, the treetops way up there still moving. So you've got some wind, and now the flag picking back up. And a good bunt by Anthony Bassett Torres, bare hand play, and a 5-4 put out on the sack.
Yeah, he did his job. Now Trinidad with an opportunity to give Faulkner a little bit more of a cushion here going to the last inning. But
they're going to put him on and set up the double play. I get that, setting up the double play. And Polanco's got a little more swing and miss to his game than Juan does. But also, Polanco can tune one up.
Yeah, he's got a little bit more power and, pick your poison, so to speak.
Well, and if you can get a double play, and you've gotten out of a couple innings with the double play here, if you can get a double play and get out of it, you feel good about it because you don't want Lord Dewey batting with traffic aboard.
No.
Straight up the chute, left side. Polanco pops it up. Shortstop runs and makes the play, and a sac fly on the fly ball to the shortstop.
And I'll tell you what happened on that, Jeremy. If the shortstop gets away from the ball and the left fielder calls him off, then there's no tag from third base.
Absolutely.
But the shortstop going back, taking it over his shoulder with his momentum going towards left field, it's an easy send the runner from third and as you mentioned, sacrifice fly.
Well, and I'll tell you something else that happens on that play. The substitution to put John Michael Riley in saved the at-bat and got an RBI for Polanco because otherwise that's just a straight-up pop fly and you didn't do anything.
Right.
Instead, it's a sac fly RBI. And now Orlando Lordui, 2 away in the inning and 7-2. That one misses, 1-0. Hour and 52 minutes in so far here. We'll have a break of around 30 minutes between games. 1-0 count. Up the middle, nearly took Gill out. Oh, Pepper needs new shorts as that gets a run home.
Runners going on the pitch, had the double steal on, and RBI single for Mr. Lord Dewey and the big man, Edwarny Martinez.
That ball was an inch away from taking Gill out. I mean, whew.
Yeah, and Gill now looking in the dugout as Paul Knight's going to make a trip to the mound, and he's not going to face Edwarny Martinez, I don't believe, unless they're going to discuss how to pitch him. What do we want to do?
Gill might be telling Paul Knight that he's had a change of heart about the sport.
Yeah, you're going to have a right-hander come in to face Edwarny.
We'll bring in a new pitcher, tell you about him on the other side. Faulkner Sports Network. New pitcher is number 5, Steven Sams, the sophomore righty from Lecanto, Florida, transfer from Chipola Community College. 7.27 ERA. This is his 11th appearance, and 8 2/3. He struck out 13 batters with a 200 batting average against. That one misses. On the year, over that period of time, he's also walked 14 and hit 7.
And he's got a tough customer here at bat in Edwarney Martinez.
Martinez takes away 2-0. Lordui's at first. Trinidad is at third. It's a 1-1 count. And he'll chase Lordui back. And ran it inside.
Yeah,
3-0.
This is a situation, if I'm Orlando Lordui at first, in a 6-run game, you're probably not going to run, but I'm thinking as a courtesy, I'm not going to take the chance to make the last out at second and leave Ed Warney with without a chance to hit. So
fouls off the 3-0, 3-1. See, we've got 2-2 on the board. Then maybe that's right, but I had 3-0.
I got 3-1 now.
Okay, yeah, it should be 3-1 after the foul ball. And
it's 3-2 now.
Now the umpire says 3-2, but he.
I thought we had it already. Okay. You had it right.
Well, you got a base open, but I think if Sams is probably going to challenge him here with a fastball and see how this ends up. No, slider out of the zone. And not a bad decision.
Bases loaded now for Dario Colon.
Tough hill to climb down 6, but if Dariel can come through with a base hit, that might be the nail in the coffin with 3 outs to go for Middle Georgia.
That one on the ground of the second baseman, waits on it up and firing, and the inning is over on the 4-3 putout. We go to the 7th, Faulkner up 6 on the Faulkner Sports Network. 77 pitches for Mose Hayes here as he starts the 7th. Bray leads it off, 7, 8, 9 due up in the order.
Hayes trying to add a complete game to his resume.
Yeah, he hadn't had a whole lot of those this year. That one's over for a strike. See Mose coming into the weekend. Had not yet had a complete game.
Yeah, he's been lifted with some that he could have, but the score was
Wasn't competitive, yeah.
no, and no point in having him throw an extra 10, 15 pitches if not needed.
0-2 count here. Man on deck for Middle Georgia State's number 32, Michael Ashley. We assume that's Michael Ashley. Called strike 3, and catcher dropped it, but Bray didn't make an effort toward first. So.
Bray didn't care for that call strike, but it's not going to get overruled.
Okay, Michael Ashley from Atlanta, transfer from Angelo State.
The umpire's been pretty consistent today, so as the one last night, you may not agree with every pitch, but as long as they're consistent, that's the important thing.
And he'll send that one line drive knocked down by Martinez and a base hit.
Yeah, we're going to call time and catch a breather here. Yeah, ball in the dirt, and Juan took a pretty hard shot. And
another pinch hitter here. Number 34 to the plate. That's Brennan Williams, the senior out of Owensboro, Kentucky, a transfer from Southern Illinois.
Yeah, Williams looks about identical to former Eagle first baseman Justice Lucas.
He's listed at 6'6", 250.
Yeah, looks like a big tight end.
Williams.
6'6", 250, size of Adam Dunn.
Yeah.
You could really launch him.
Williams, former Saluki.
Illinois. What was that, Southern Illinois?
Southern Illinois Salukis. On the ground, foul ball, 0-2 now.
Is that the one we were supposed to play a couple years ago and really bad weather?
No, that was Eastern Illinois, and
Okay.
I remember that because that's where both Sean Payton and Tony Romo went.
Oh, interesting.
That's what Eastern Illinois is kind of famous for. No balls, 2 strikes. Misses away, 1-2.
And Northern Illinois would be the one with the better football team.
Michael the Burner Turner. That one on the ground and foul.
Yeah, Williams giving a good at bat, hanging tough. So Mose Hayes 2 out away from a complete game and a Faulkner win here in game 1 of today's doubleheader.
Yeah, it would clinch the series and allow them to play for the sweep. A thing they have not accomplished very much in conference play this season.
Always tough to get 3 games in a row against a conference opponent.
It really is, and the margin of error is slim as William Carey continues to pour it on and win ball games.
And a lot of times you'll see against Faulkner and some of these other teams.
Big cut can't get it.
You'll see teams throw off, and by that I mean they save their Friday night pitcher to throw him game 3 when Faulkner's maybe throwing a lesser pitcher than game 1 and 2. And obviously that's no slight against whoever starts for game 3 for Faulkner. Faulkner with a really good deep staff.
Perez to the dish. That one misses, 1-0. Lifted right side, long run, Juan Trinidad. He'll
Nice
make
play.
the play, and the inning is over, and the game is over. Faulkner, 27-8, 15-5 in conference. Mose Hayes, the complete game win, and Faulkner wins the series. They'll play for the sweep in about 30 minutes on the Faulkner Sports Network.
catcher, number 1, Christian Webb. Batting 7th, playing right field, number 4, Dario Colon. Batting 8th and playing left field, number 27, Marlon Oviedo. Batting 9th, the shortstop, number 3, Anthony Bassett. Pitching for the Eagles, the season record 3 wins and 1 loss, number 13, Alonzo Castellanos.
Want to welcome you back here to Harrison Field on the campus of Faulkner University. Game 3 of the series. Faulkner's already clinched the series against Middle Georgia State. The Eagles entering this game at 27-8, 15-5 in the league. The Knights entering at 18-29 and 11 in the league. Jeremy Smith alongside Joel Best as Faulkner pursues the sweep in this contest. Let's take a look at the starting lineups for both teams. First, for Middle Georgia State, leading off is the shortstop, number 13, Jose Vargas. Batting second is the third baseman, number 17, Michael Flaherty. Batting third, the designated hitter, number 1, Chaz Salter. The cleanup man, number 4, the left fielder, Zane Falk. The 5-hole hitter is the first baseman, number 35, Tate Abbott. 6-hole is number 15. That is the right fielder, Justin Aponte. Batting 7th, the center fielder, number 3, Jaden Duarte. Batting 8th, the catcher, number 36, Connor Shealy. Batting 9th, the second baseman, number 33, Sevi Fernandez. And on the mound, when the time comes, we'll talk about him. It's number 30, Isaiah Espirito Santo, the lefty out of Providence, Rhode Island. The starters for Faulkner, Joel Best.
Pretty much the same as in game 1. Juan Trinidad at first base. He'll be followed by Jason Polanco at second. Orlando Lordui, center fielder, hitting third. Designated hitter Edwarney Martinez hit his 16th home run of the year in game 1 this afternoon. He'll hit cleanup, followed by Adrian Martinez in the 5-hole and at third base. Christian Webb behind the plate. Dario Colon back in right field hits 7th. Marlon Oviedo in left field bats 8th. And shortstop Anthony Bassett in the 9-hole. And on the mound, as Jeremy mentioned earlier, the right-hander Alonzo Castellanos.
Castellanos is from Slimar, California, transferred from the University of St. Catherine. This is his 9th appearance and 4th start of the year. He has a 6.38 ERA. Over 24 innings of work, he struck out 25 batters, has a .295 batting average against with 5 walks. Jose Vargas didn't start game 1 of the doubleheader. He did play last night, and he is leading off game 3, and a bouncer to the shortstop. Bassett, 1 pitch, 1 out. We're 1 out into this 9-inning ballgame. So Castellanos throws the pitch, and he hits it right to the best defender on the field, and you can't ask for more than that. Get Flaherty to the plate now.
Again, outstanding performance from Mose Hayes in game 1 this afternoon in a complete game 8-2 Faulkner victory.
Yeah, Mose Hayes with his first complete game of the season. Ball 1 there to Flaherty. Castellanos delivers. Castellanos listed on the roster as a utility player. Plays some other positions defensively. Hasn't gotten a lot of at-bats on the year, but has gotten a look at it. Has really been a reliever predominantly. Has started featuring in the rotation a little bit the last couple of weekends. Typically shorter outings. More of an opener than a starter.
Yeah.
Ball and 2 strikes.
Faulkner would like to see Castellanos, if he could, go 4, maybe 5 if you stretch him out, but pitch count and the score of the game is going to determine that.
Ball and 2 strikes now on Flaherty. Flaherty from Windham, New Hampshire. Didn't even occur to me at some point last night Flaherty faced Jordan DeStefano. There's a fly ball to center field, and it breaks bad on Orlando. A rare error for the center fielder, Orlando Lordui, so a hit and an error.
Yeah, Orlando kind of caught in between there. He came up charging real hard like he thought he was going to have a shot at it, and then tried to field it on the bounce and took an awkward bounce to the right, and the error on Orlando, as you said, a rare error.
Yeah, Lordui was a strong candidate for an outfield Gold Glove last year. Just missed it. Gets Salter to the dish here. Grounder, second baseman Polanco knocks it down and recovers and throws over.
Good job by Polanco on that hard hit ball to keep it in front of him and retire Salter.
Flaherty moves up to third. I was saying, didn't even occur to me last night Flaherty would have faced DeStefano, so you had a guy from New Hampshire facing a guy from Connecticut on a mound in Montgomery, Alabama, between in a matchup of schools from Georgia and Alabama, and that's the beauty of college baseball. That went in the dirt, 1-0. And of course, earlier today, you had a guy from Alaska on the mound.
For 7 innings.
Yeah. Castellanos from California. Zane Falk here. He's from Phoenix City. That's not exotic or interesting. Just up the road. Breaks that one over.
A lot of good baseballs coming out of Phoenix City, Columbus area over the years.
No doubt.
Get the Rasmus trio and Frank Thomas out of Columbus.
Yeah. Of course, Falk hit I believe Falk was Abbott hit the home run earlier in game 1. I was thinking it might have been Falk, but it was Abbott. 2-1 count.
You know, I'm certain
Juan Trinidad, the sure-gloved Juan Trinidad, runs over to make the play.
I'm certain that Falk probably played on some of those World Series Phoenix City teams.
Must have, yeah. All right, no score after the top of the first. Faulkner Sports Network.
Does he like more?
Juan Trinidad leading off for Faulkner. The man on the mound is Isaiah Espiritu Santo, the left-hander from Providence, Rhode Island. And one pitch, one out. Espiritu Santo, a 6.47 ERA, a 1-2 record in this is his 12th appearance and his 6th start. 34 strikeouts over 32 innings of work, 24 walks, and a 244 batting average against. I like it. Listen, if everybody wants to just jump on the first pitch today, we're okay with it. See if we can have a 1 hour, 9 inning ball game. Jason Polanco to the dish here. He'll take strike one. Jason's not on board with attacking the first pitch, but that one was a good one to hit. The 0-1 swings through at 0-2. Fouled it away. Polanco, second baseman, batting in the 2-hole. Working from the right-hand batter's box as he faces the lefty Espiritu Santo. Pair of lefties from Middle Georgia today in this rotation. I remember some years that Faulkner didn't have a left-hander of any kind anywhere on the roster, and this year they're loaded with lefties and switch hitters.
Yeah, and that really helps when you're seeing a lot of lefties on the mound these days.
Fouled away.
Or, excuse me, righties on the mound.
So typically you see Faulkner with a lot of lefties and loaded up against right-handers like last night, and tonight you got guys just turn around batting the other way with a couple of lefties. That one lifted left side, no threat as the second baseman handles it. And the F4 will retire Polanco. Lordui to the dish now. Dewey awaits. Strike one. He'll take their 1-1.
Good take by Lord Dewey. Pretty tough pitch to lay off of. And you know he wants to get Orlando right here and not have to face that warning with a runner on base.
Big cut through that one.
Yeah, nice changeup.
The 1-2 on Orlando Lordui here. Espiritu Santos fires. Big cut, can't get it, and he makes quick work of the Eagles in the first. We go to the second, the Faulkner Sports Network. Here's Abbott to the plate. 5-6-7 due up in the second. Castellanos back to work. Castellanos delivers ball one. And God bless them for their consistency, but game 3 of the weekend, you played 11 in game 1 of the series. You just had a little bit longer, slower of a 7-inning doubleheader, and now you start game 3. It would take everything in me as a human, if I were the home plate umpire, to be consistent. I'm talking nipples to knees, 6 inches off the plate, bring the bat because we're going home today, boys. Ball and a strike. Castellanos delivers. That one foul away.
Yeah, it's a different world when you're behind the plate. Back in the summer, my freshman year, of course, you're always short on umpires, and they asked me to come out and umpire. I think it's 12-year-olds, Dixie Youth or something. First game, I was great. I was on the bases, two-man system. I'm the base umpire. That's easy. Second game, I get behind home for the first time in my entire life, and the first pitch, I guess I had my mind made up I was going to call it a strike. The first pitch is about 3 feet high, and I barked out strike. And the hitter, a little 12-year-old, turns around and says, "Strike!" And immediately the parents start like, "What are you doing calling a strike?" And I think the next pitch, the guy swung, and that's when I realized I was bat blind. And made it through somehow. And after the game, the guy that asked me to come out, he says, "I don't think you need to come back out here next time." I said, "Well, I wasn't going to. I appreciate you telling me, but
right.
It's the worst 90 minutes I've ever had in my life."
That's right. Castellanos swings through that one, or rather Abbott swings through that one, strikes out. Here's Justin Aponte. So it's not a thing I've done a lot of at all. I ended up getting drafted to do it just for a scrimmage game.
Yeah.
And so this is one of those, it's an all-star scrimmage. There's 2 all-star teams in town, and they're playing each other. There's a grounder to third. Up and firing is Martinez, 5-3 on the put-out, 2 gone. And that'll bring up Jaden Duarte. So they're playing each other, and I'm the guy, because of what I do, I'm the guy statting the game. But none of the dads, bunch of cowards. None of the dads will get up there and umpire the game.
They knew better.
So nobody will do it. So now I'm on the field as the only umpire calling bases and balls and strikes while statting the game on Game Changer. And then I got 12-year-olds going, "Strike," and I'm like, "You're out of here. Just go."
Yeah.
Like, there's a fly ball in the F9.
How are you calling a game and Game Changer at the same time?
Well, listen, it's a scrimmage, so in the end, Marbury won and Marbury lost. But it was one of those that I would call, the guy would throw the pitch, and I'm telling you, like, it's pretty close to nipples to knees. It's above your knees. It's under your hands. It's a strike.
And especially at that age, it's not going to be tight strike.
Yeah, above your knees, under your hands, it's a strike. So I'm calling strike, telling the pitcher to wait while I put it in Game Changer. So, and I gotta, a coach will go balk, and I'm like, I don't have time to look for that. Like, it's just not happening, man.
Is this the summer when it's like 100 degrees?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're getting ready for All-Stars.
Even more enjoyable.
That's right. So he's like, "That's a balk." I'm like, "Good. Tell him not to do it."
If you see it, point it out to him.
That's right. So the worst one is because when you're the only one, so you can't go behind the plate. You don't have any gear, so you're standing behind the mound. Like and you're having to call balls and strikes.
So you're not even behind the mound. Okay.
And the worst one is on a stolen base attempt on the throwdown by the catcher. You got to bite it to get out of the way, but you can't spin around to see whether it was safe or not. So you turn around and you got both dugouts arguing, safe out. And I'm like, I don't really care. What'd you see? Just tell me what to put in Game Changer. I'm not real thrilled about either outcome.
Somebody make the call.
That's right. So it was one of those experiences where, being willing to help out's not always the best thing for
Yeah.
you. So
And you hope you get an honest shortstop or runner and say, hey, were you out or safe?
that's right. So
Yeah, that. Bet you were glad when that afternoon was done.
man, I'm telling you,
You couldn't find anybody from behind just to get behind the mound.
man, them
Colin?
jokers were cowards. They wouldn't get on the field for nothing. So Adrian Martinez, and Christian Webb in the Faulkner half of the second.
Ned Warney's homered in both Game 1 and Game 2 in this series.
Espirito Santos misses there 1-0 after a very quick first inning for him. That one lifted foul. That one had some bite to it.
Yeah, he's had a really good weekend. Couple of doubles, single, 2 homers.
Oddly enough, the wind's still moving out there, but not gusting and blowing straight out the way that it was in Game 1. And he swings through that one, 1-2. Martinez awaits. He'll take away. Couple balls, couple strikes here.
This is a tough situation. You don't really want to groove one, but you don't want to put the leadoff hitter on base.
He checks there, 3-2, and Espirito Santos does not like it.
No, it's a little low, but they've not had a lot of success. Santos is still a little upset about that, as you can tell. And think he comes back with that same pitch right here?
I mean, I think I would. If you liked it that much, throw it again, and he does, and it's fouled off.
The thing out of everything we've talked about with Ed Warney, one thing I've really noticed, how relaxed he looks at the plate.
He really does. And he'll foul that one away.
That was scorched out of play.
8th pitch of the at-bat here. This
Yeah.
is Eduardo Martinez fighting with Espirito Santos.
Whether it gets on base or not, it's been a productive at-bat as far as seeing a lot of pitches.
Big cut, can't get it. Espirito Santos, good job to win the battle against a tough guy and Eduardo Martinez.
Good pitch right there, out number 1.
Now Adrian Martinez.
Santos has looked pretty good throughout this inning and a third so far. Handled the first 4 hitters fairly easily. Adrian's got to stay off that slider away right here. Nice changeup.
Swings over the top of that.
Yeah, he does not, to this point, does not look like a guy with an ERA over 6.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. A 6.47 ERA, 24 walks, so control's been an issue at times. Team's only hitting .244 against him, so nobody's really barreling him, it looks like.
No, if he throws strikes, he's going to be a tough customer to deal with.
He's only given up 5 extra base hits of the 29 hits that he has surrendered. That one misses high. 2-1. Connor Sheely caught all 11 last night. Got game 1 off today. Christian Webb's going to ask him what that's like.
Well, Christian gets off tomorrow.
That's right. Espirito Santos delivers. That one fouled off. 2-2.
Yeah, Christian, 21 innings behind the plate with just 7 more to go here this weekend. Unless Faulkner elects to go with Seth Copeland at some point today.
Called.
Yeah.
Strike three. Adrian Martinez is retired.
Yeah,
So
I really like what I see out of Santos on the mound. He's got a good, lively arm, and if he can harness that control, Faulkner's going to have to really get something going here.
Espiritu Santo delivers on the ground, fouled off.
And he keeps the ball low in the strike zone as well. But so far, Castellanos has looked equally as good with the Eagles.
And when you're 20 innings into the weekend, you're okay with that.
Yeah, a little fatigue on both sides maybe.
A little fatigue in the broadcast booth.
Nah, we're good for 18 more innings in this one.
Says the man who will have to tell his wife tomorrow while he's too tired to enjoy her birthday lunch. Ball and a strike.
Yeah, I don't have to preach tomorrow either. So.
That's true. 1-1 count. Christian Webb awaits. Check swing. Nope. He went 1-2. One ball, two strikes. Espiritu Santo kicks and fires. Misses high.
Yeah, he's running it up. That last fastball to Webb was 91 from what we can tell from the gun on him from Middle Georgia, just below us. So that's a pretty lively fastball.
Yeah, when you mix it with that downward angle he's got,
yeah,
and the way he can mix that changeup in there, he can be pretty effective. Full count, payoff pitch on the way. The lefty delivers. Called strike three, inside part of the plate. 3 strikeouts in the inning. A 1-2-3 inning. We go to the third on the Faulkner Sports Network.
pitcher.
Connor Sheely leading off the third here for Middle Georgia State. Straight up the chute. Juan Trinidad gives chase, calls everybody off. 1 pitch, 1 out. Thank you, Mr. Trinidad.
Yeah, talking about that over the break, and I mentioned Warren Arrington to you, Jeremy. He was also the tailback at Jeff Davis when they ran out of the I formation. That tells you a little bit about his strength and his legs and speed. They ended up playing Double-A with the Cubs. That's as far as he got. But
that one misses, 1-0. Had some talent come through here, that's for sure.
yeah, we played North Alabama one year, and they had a kid that Cedric Landrum.
Oh, yeah. Played in the bigs for a while, Cedric Landrum. He made the bigs, didn't he?
Yeah, played with the Cubs some, played around.
Mets.
May have 70, I think he finished the year with 77 stolen bases.
Yeah. That one fouled away.
Talking about a guy that could literally fly. Yeah, there's been a lot of talent come through here. Frank Thomas, Bo Jackson, Dave Maganin, Shipley, all that Alabama team that was the runner-up when Roger Clemens beat him in the World Series. Calvin Schiraldi, those guys.
Fouled away.
That's one thing, though, now with the way the NCAA is, they go so much by the strength of schedule. They won't, very rarely will they schedule down unless you've got some kind of relationship between the two coaches.
That one lifted. Does it stay fair because it's got the distance? Hook's foul. Woo!
Yeah, that was plenty of distance on that.
Yeah. That is, by the way, this is Sevy Fernandez. We haven't told you about Sevy's season so far, hitting .294. This is just his 9th game in his 4th start. He's got 3 RBIs. That would have been his first long ball.
Yeah, and that long ball, even though it was foul, got the Faulkner bullpen starting to stir around a little bit.
Castellanos just misses there.
Castellanos, as you mentioned, the opener, probably not going to go more than 3 or 4 innings as planned. I would think Will Height will come in after him and go as long as he can.
2-2 offering spikes it. Full count now. Faulkner softball split the doubleheader at Abraham Baldwin Agricultural College this weekend. Lost game 1 today 2-1, and they win game 2 5-1. They swept Point yesterday, so a 3-1 conference weekend for Faulkner. That one rolled over off his foot, foul. That does not feel good, Sevy.
You know, if you're a pitcher, what you want to do, and it sounds cruel, but you come back in with that same pitch.
See if he wants it, yeah. Payoff pitch coming. Lifted line and caught by Adrian Martinez.
Yeah, Sevy hit that ball on the nose. It just wrong spot.
He clearly is seeing Castellanos well. Back to the top of the order now in Vargas.
That's when you got to remember as a hitter, it's not about the result, it's about the process.
That's right. Vargas takes the strike. That one in the dirt.
And on a day when we expected a lot of fireworks, especially in this afternoon game, a little less dramatic than the first two of the series.
We'll take it.
A lot of game to be played, though.
Top of the third here, and Castellanos a long look in to get the sign from Christian Webb. This will be pitch number 32 from Alonzo. And he spikes that one. If you're Christian Webb, it's tough because you go from a guy in Mose Hayes who doesn't throw anything in the dirt and doesn't burn him in there at you, he's just moving them around, to Castellanos, who's coming downhill and bouncing things and throwing a lot harder. And Webb catching everybody. You know, you think about, we talk about the amount of innings behind the plate for Christian Webb, but this is the sixth different pitcher he has caught this weekend.
Yeah.
So.
And no pass balls the whole weekend.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Rolls it over, foul.
Up to this point, the Eagles pitching staff has done a good job. No wild pitches that I can remember. They've held, for the most part, the bats of a pretty good Middle Georgia lineup to 2 runs last game, 5 in the opener. Boy, that Friday night game was a classic.
It
wasn't
was, yeah. Again, Faulkner never led through 11 innings of play, but they hit the walk-off homer to win the thing 7-5 in the bottom of the 11th. Payoff pitch on the way. You see the clouds starting to roll in here. Wind picking up again. Storm system moving in overnight. Supposed to be the possibility of severe weather throughout the day tomorrow, and there's just the second hit of the ball game.
Yeah, that was a really good at bat.
Michael Flaherty, prior to the hit that we just saw, Michael Flaherty was the only base runner in the game to this point for either team. He singled and went to second on an error by Orlando Lordui. He'll step in here as Vargas takes the lead. Middle Georgia doesn't run much. Vargas has just 1 stolen base coming into the weekend.
Yeah, that's kind of unusual. I can remember years Middle Georgia was really strong on a base path.
That one blocked up. They'll appeal and ask if he went. First base umpire says he did not. 1-1 count. Haven't noticed the umpiring crew very much this weekend. Means they've done a good job.
Yeah.
Castellanos kicks and fires. Misses away. 2-1. That one looked like it was right down the middle. 3-1. That is not a Game 3 strike zone.
And you start getting in a little trouble if you put this guy on base.
Foul back out of play, back in the count now. 3-2. Payoff pitch on the way. Shout out again our Faulkner Sports Network crew. Thank you so much to them for being here throughout the weekend as our staff, a lot of our staff involved with Jamboree here on campus, a major event. And we've had really the same crew all weekend, to our producer Oluwase Akintunde, to our press box crew of Samantha Houghton, Garrett Drakowski, and Solomon Green. Charity Barnes on photography today. That one filed away. Abby Herring worked tickets earlier. Our PA guy, Dean Kelly. And, of course, Joel Best and myself here on broadcast, bringing you all of the action in what is going to amount to nearly about 12 hours worth of baseball over the course of the weekend. Had a long, long game last night with the 11-inning ball game. you can have 11 innings and it not be a good game competitively, and then you can have 11 innings and it be a classic. And last night, as you said, was a classic as Flaherty draws the walk and 2 on and 2 out here. Dangerous hitter at the plate in Chaz Salter. 462 average coming into the weekend, and he absolutely turned on one last night.
Sure did.
He got out of here in a hurry. You talk about a line drive homer, and it was that.
Yeah, not really the guy you want to have come up if you're Faulkner in this situation. If you're Middle Georgia, you got to love your opportunity right here. Castellanos buying a little time to get the bullpen loose, but Wilhite has stopped throwing right now, so it's Castellanos' game right now to get out of this inning. You know, what scares me here, Jerry, is you can only hold Salter down so long. Now, he got us last night with that home run off of Sammy. And, you know, you can't tempt fate too many times.
Big cut through that one for Chaz Salter.
Yeah, he was sitting on fastball, got change up. Sometimes you have to commit to what you think you see. That's what happened right there.
0-1 count here. That one fouled away.
If you notice where the home plate umpire lines up behind the catcher, he's over that inside part of the plate, which generally means you're going to get a call maybe 2 inches off the plate inside. When he sets up, you'll see what I'm talking about. And maybe not as much of the outside part of the plate.
Yeah, because you can't see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See how he's almost on that batter.
He does set up in the slot there. That one lifted, foul, right side. Long run, Juan Trinidad. And he chased it all the way to the bullpen just in case the wind blew it back into play.
Yeah, if you've ever had an opportunity to hang around a bullpen, it's a different cast of characters out there.
Yeah, they got to find some way to get through a game.
We've had dogs in the bullpen at times, and you know Jonathan Wilkins used to have 2 or 3 dogs, and they'd all sit in the bullpen with the pitchers.
No balls, 2 strikes. On the ground, Bassett flips to second.
Nice job.
And the inning is over. They get the fielder's choice out of Salter to get through it. They'll strand 2, no score through 2.5. Dariel Colon to the dish here.
So far, DeSantos has been really good.
That one swung through as Espirisanto opens throwing strikes like he's been doing. That is now 22 strikes out of 31 pitches.
Yeah, and that's a 31 pitches is pretty low going into the third inning.
1-1 count. Faulkner.
Orlando Lordui is going to get some tee work in right now. That's interesting.
Faulkner yet to have a runner.
Not many times you see your center fielder go to the cage during the in-between going back to center field and the at-bat, and he's shows you how much he works on his game.
That one misses.
Yeah, not sure where that missed. Pretty good pitch.
2-2.
Colon has done a good job today as well. Clemente got the start last night. And Colon's picked right up where Clemente left off.
And he'll send that one over the head of the shortstop into the gap in left center. It's going to get by the center fielder. Colon makes the turn, heads to second base, and it's a stand-up double for Dario Colon. Faulkner's got their first base runner of the ball game.
And we're not quite there yet, but this is one of those where maybe the second time through the order.
You see him a little
Yeah.
better, and yeah. You saw that last night. Faulkner looked pretty listless through the first time through the order against Miller, and then they settled in and started to see the ball a whole lot better. Oviedo, the left fielder.
There we go. I was thinking maybe a bunt here.
And it's a good one. And they got to make a play, and Flaherty, trusting his second baseman there, he fired that one.
It's a really good play by Flaherty. If he doesn't barehand that cleanly, it's a base hit.
That gets Colon over to third with just one out. Faulkner trying to manufacture the run here as Anthony Bassett to the dish.
Yeah, infield coming in.
They're going to drop a squeeze here.
No.
Do you dare?
No, I don't think you see a squeeze, maybe a safety squeeze. But with the infield in, I'd swing. I'd hit away. A lot of holes open when the infield comes on the grass. Interesting, too, in the third inning you're playing in.
Yeah.
That shows you that they believe runs are going to be at a premium this game.
Well, you like that a lot if you're Bassett because of that right there.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a regular ground ball at normal depth.
And it's at the third baseman. The runner probably holds at third.
Right.
So a little advantage with the infield in pays off.
Faulkner gets one home, and now Juan Trinidad to the dish, and the Eagles would like to turn that into a crooked number now.
Yeah, and there's no right or wrong way to that. It's just your odds, basically.
Two hits now on the board for Faulkner, both coming this inning. Juan Trinidad.
Faulkner's had good production from the bottom of the lineup this series.
Shows bunt, pulls back, ball one. Bassett, couple of stolen bases on his line this year. Doesn't run much. He goes now. Slides in, and he swipes it.
It's going to take a second. Got to get his belt back on.
2-0 count.
You know, the old line we used to use when Zach Glines would come in to pitch run. He's a lot slower than he looks.
2-0 count here on Juan Trinidad. Misses away, 3-0. Bassett at second. His single to left plated the first run of the ball game.
3-0. Not sure if Juan gets a pitch. He may not. He may be swinging here.
He takes, and that may be the prettiest pitch he sees.
Very demonstrative called strike right there by the home plate umpire as well. Yeah, that was your. It's what I was thinking. That
Ring
was
him up on strike one.
Yeah.
3-1 count. It's been a long weekend for the umpires, too. That one sent, slicing in the gap in right center. That's down against the fence, and it's extra bases. And Faulkner has put up a crooked number here in the third as Anthony Bassett comes all the way around to score.
That's the danger you flirt with when you come to play in and a routine ground ball gets through, runners on base. Next thing you know, it's 2-0.
Right. Now Jason Polanco up, still only one out. And you don't have a force play anywhere. Espirito Santo.
What was the amount of innings on the year Espirito Santo has thrown?
32 innings on the season, which is third most on this team.
Okay.
Over 11 appearances, so less than 3 innings an appearance.
Yeah, so he could be running out of gas. Possibly an opener, as Faulkner's gone with in this game 3.
That one a wild pitch. Juan Trinidad gets to third.
Yeah, Faulkner with a chance now to possibly break this open. Interesting now with one out and a runner at third. Okay, they're coming in again. I thought they were going to play back in the middle, but I thought if you don't do it now, why'd you do it the first one? But they're playing in again.
Polanco knocked down by the second baseman. Hard to give him an error. As hard as it was hit, he recovered.
Yeah.
Great job.
Really nice play.
Sevy Fernandez, that looked like Polanco was going to be on for sure, but Sevy Fernandez recovered and got the out. It was hit so hard, the bobble prevented him from coming home with it.
Yeah.
3-0, and Orlando is the lead, and now Orlando Larduri to the plate with the bases empty.
Let's see if T-work is paid off for Orlando in this at-bat. He'd probably rather face a right-hander at some point today than these lefties that are running at him, but he had it really swung the bat well last night.
He did. Ball doesn't move quite that way off the tee, so it's hard to adjust to. No balls and a strike on Lardui. He's got to go find one of those southpaw tees. You can see by where Orlando's head's ending up, he's trying to send that thing into the trees.
Yeah, that was a really good changeup. He just swung and missed through. Swung through it and missed it.
Got a piece of it to stay. Oh, my goodness. If it weren't for bad luck, I'd have no luck at all. He swings through that one and reaches on the drop third strike.
That's the definition of any way you can get on base.
Designated hitter number 24 is Wardy Martinez.
And mama, here's that man again. Wardy Martinez, have yourself a big weekend.
That one in the dirt, blocked up. Shealy working hard for his pitcher back there.
Yeah, he looks a little bit fatigued now, and pitch count getting up close to 50, as you mentioned, and here just in the third. Not thrown many games where he's gone more than 3 innings.
And now Lardui gonna still steal the base. Wow. They had him picked. He looked dead to rights, but Lardui, credit him, he never checked up. He knew, I'm committed now, I got to go,
Yeah.
and he beat it.
I like that. You get picked off against a left-hander. In that case, Orlando probably going on first movement. No point in trying to get in a pickle. Just put your head down and go. You've got a 50-50 chance. You're either going to be out or safe, and good hustle.
1-0 count. And Eduardo Martinez up the middle, diving, stop by the shortstop, and a base hit. And now they can't pick it out of the dirt, and the error is going to allow Orlando to come around and score. So a hit and an error.
Big inning for the Eagles so far. 4 already on the board here in the third.
Third baseman number 21, Adrian Martinez.
Now Adrian Martinez to the dish. Called strike.
Watch this lead at first by Ed Warney. You think he's worried about getting picked off?
No.
Watch this. And then Lane, he's 2 steps off the bag and leaning back towards the base.
He knows his strength.
Yeah, he's in at second on the wild pitch, though.
So Middle Georgia, no runs, 2 hits, 1 error. Faulkner, 4 runs, 4 hits, 1 error. And that wild pitch is going to get Martinez down to second.
Yeah, the funny thing about Ed Warney, he's a left fielder by trade. He's got pretty good speed. He's just not confident in the stolen bases that in that department.
That one's in the dirt. 2 balls and a strike now.
And he's at the school of, if I'm not stealing, I'm not going to get picked off either.
That's right. That one fouled back. He's kind of like runs the bases similar to Freddie Freeman. If you notice, Freddie Freeman doesn't get caught stealing very much. He only goes when he knows he's going to get there.
We had a 9-ball and 3-strike count just a moment ago. It seems to be worked out on the scoreboard.
Hey, it's game 3, man. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runner on second, a 4-0 ball game in the third.
That's what happens when you put a golfer at a baseball game. Guess he's used to putting those 9s on a scorecard.
It's like me in mini golf right there. In mini golf, they let you write a 6 and move
That's
on.
right.
I save a lot of time that way.
Yeah, Garrett was telling me after this pitch. Garrett was telling me they had a tournament. And of course, Faulkner, one of the better golf teams in the country, and Garrett, a really good golfer himself, was telling me he got paired up with a guy that school that just first year of a golf team. Guy shot like a 70-something on the first 9 holes. I'm thinking, Garrett said, I just said, look, if you won't say anything, I'll just start writing you down for 6s and 7s and you pick up.
Payoff pitch on the way to Adrian Martinez.
You're not going to make the cut. Just get out of my way.
Big cut, can't get it, and Martinez is retired on strikes. But Faulkner hangs 4 on the board on 4 hits. After 3, it's 4-0. Falk, Abbott, and Aponte. 4-5-6 due up here in the inning, and that one straight up the chute, right side, long run. Webb makes the play. One pitch, one out. Appreciated here in the top of the fourth.
And as Webb caught that ball maybe 10 steps from the backstop, you could see, hopefully on camera, the crack photographer for SFN run and get out of the way of the ball.
That's right.
Who's in the stands.
She knows. Protect the camera.
Yeah, she was a good 30 feet away from it.
Hey, protect the camera. Bruises heal, lenses don't. That one over for a strike. Abbott with the 0-1. Make it 0-2 now.
Boy, Castellanos has really been good today. So far, this has been his best start.
Well, and
of course, he comes in 3-1, so
looks more confident
yeah.
with a lead, as most pitchers do. Lifted right side. Trinidad retreats. And Polanco makes the play.
Yeah, I was wondering, Juan, if he was going to catch it or what. But you say that, more confident with the lead. And I present to you Jesse Chavez.
Sure.
Okay, there we go. And about half the time, Raziel Iglesias.
Ball one. Castellanos behind in the count. This is pitch number 52 for him. Misses 2-0.
Yeah, nobody throwing in either bullpen right now. So
you want to know, for people who are, who are watching us, you either have a kid on the team or you're a big baseball fan. There's a ground at a third and a quick inning for Alonzo Castellanos. So to the big baseball fans out there, the nerds, as a longtime baseball fan, you're prone to random thoughts that don't have a noticeable trigger, like I miss the Montreal Expos.
Yeah.
Why? It's a random day that ends in Y. I miss the Montreal Expos. It's the things of a baseball fan. It's like me and my buddy Brandon Islam, who is maybe the smartest person I've ever actually met. He was a student here at Faulkner, was a freshman at 15 years old, ended up finishing law school at like 20, 21 years old, and he's an attorney for the city of Seattle. Biggest baseball fan I've ever met.
Can't say I disagree with the smart comment about him.
Brilliant. And we used to play a game. We'd pass each other on campus. Back in those days, you didn't drive everywhere. You walked all over campus. And so we'd pass each other on campus, and the game was always random 90s baseball player. It was like the most random guy you could think of from the decade of the 90s.
Yeah.
And so, some guys are walking along campus, and they're like, hey, what's up? And we're like Jeff Facero. Like, that was the
Montreal pitcher.
Yeah. So we would just walk through, and that was sort of how we dealt with it. Now, nowadays you get the immaculate grid, and that's how people play that game.
Outstanding game.
Yeah. So it's the immaculate grid, and I saw somebody say the other day that
I know
in a couple years Hector Neris is about to be one great immaculate grid answer for the Braves.
0.1%.
Yeah.
I played one, I think it was out 3 or 4 days ago. The easiest one they've ever put on the board. It was just straight major league players, across and down. I actually scored a 0 because everybody I picked was either 0.001 or 0.002.
Wow.
Throwing out bump wheels, Pepe
Fantastic.
Frias, Leo Gomez, some of the old Braves. And
fantastic. Swung over the top of that one.
Literally anybody that played one day in the majors was an answer. But then, like you said, you get some of those. The idea of the game, if you've never played it, if you go to MLB.com, they have a different grid every day. And
it's a 9-square grid.
Yep. 9 squares, and the idea is to get the most random person you can think of in each grid.
Yeah, that meets both categories for that square. Yeah.
And it may be Houston Astros 2,000 strikeouts. Well, that's not that random because there's not that many people that did it. But sometimes you'll have, player traded from Atlanta to New York. And, if you're a baseball fan, it's great. If you're not, then you're probably not listening to this broadcast or
That's right.
care less to what we're saying.
That's right.
But I blame that on you. You started it.
Listen, we're in, let's see. We are in inning 22 this weekend in less than 24 hours of day, because we didn't start till 6 o'clock last night. So there's strike one of Dario Colon. Colon had a double his last time. That started the 4-run third inning.
Yeah, he's had a really good day. The other one I like, and I'm sure you've played it, as Pickle, the baseball.
Yeah,
on
MLB Pickle, yeah. Yeah, that one's pretty challenging.
Yeah, and that's where anybody in baseball is a player, and you've got 9 guesses, a.k.a. 9 innings, and you have to figure out who that player is, and it's a pretty fun game if you're a baseball enthusiast.
2-2 count right now on Dario Colon. He rolls over that one left side. Flaherty's played a good third base, and he'll keep doing it.
I really like the way Colon got down the line, hustling.
Yeah.
The other one, of course, beat the streak. And idea of that, if you get 57 games in a row, or you pick a player each day or 2 players, if they get a hit, it's a hit streak. You pass the Joe DiMaggio hit streak of 56, you win $5.6 million. Well, nobody has done that, so that's why they
Not only is it impossible to get a 57-game hit streak in the majors, it's impossible to pick 57 different guys over the course of 57 days who will get a hit.
Yeah.
1-0 count. Swung through that one. Oviedo's 1-1 now.
I'm just checking now, and I'm back to 0.
You picked the Brave, didn't you?
No, I actually picked Aaron Judge, and he went 0 for 3.
Yeah,
the
there's a fair amount of 0 for in Judge. Swing through that one, 1-2.
And that's all it is. You pick a player, they get a hit, you move on to the next day. If not, you go back to 0 and hope you string 57 correctly in a row, and then you don't have to go to work.
Connor Sheely took another hard one there off the dirt. He is taking a beating this weekend.
Both catchers have.
Yeah, Connor Sheely at the moment is contemplating the decisions of his life.
Yeah, Sheely, as you mentioned last night, was banged up a little bit.
He caught all 11 innings. That one misses inside, 3-2.
Yeah, and if that happens and you're the catcher, you're not calling breaking pitch on the next one either.
No. The umpire, the pitcher can shake you all he wants, but change up's the call. It's straight and slow, and I need it down the pipe. Move on. There's the grounder to short, and the inning is over. So 1-2-3 inning for Espera Santos. We head to the 5th, 4-0 Faulkner on the Faulkner Sports Network. Jaden Duarte leading off the fifth. 7-8-9 due up here. Castellanos back to work.
Fifth inning of work for Alonzo.
Got to get through this one to qualify for the win.
Yeah, so far he's held that potent Middle Georgia lineup to just 2 hits.
That one over for a strike, 1-1.
As the sun comes back out.
That one gets away from him inside, 2-1. 2 balls and a strike on Jaden Duarte. Castellanos filling up the count now, 2-2. Swings through it, and he strikes out Duarte. Connor Sheely, who has, as we noted last half inning, taken a beating behind the plate. Probably as sore as anybody in that dugout. Steps to the dish, and when you look at Castellanos, he is at 58 pitches right now, and that's number 59. Castellanos has faced 16 batters to this point in the game. 6 fly balls and 5 ground outs on his line, couple of strikeouts, and there's a single through the left side. So Sheely is aboard. Now the 9-hole hitter. That's number 33, Sevy Fernandez. Sheely. Number 6, Luke Davis is running at first for Connor Sheely. So Sevy Fernandez will step up with Luke Davis on first.
Now, we happen to have the Dodgers-Phillies game on in the press box. Mookie Betts is hitting. We had a, second thought, I'm probably better off not going there. So I was going to talk about a scout, but let me back out of that and not even go into it.
It's an 0-1 count right now on Sevy Fernandez. Big swing through that one. We've had a fair amount of scouts through here over the years.
Yeah, we've had a couple here lately that have been talking and getting some paperwork filled out on a few of the players on the field today. Just gauging interest. And
Fernandez strikes out on 3 pitches.
A lot of people don't know. You have to actually register for the draft or declare for it. They're not going to just draft you if you've not entered the draft. In the old days, maybe they see you and all, but now it's kind of like the NFL or NBA. You have to actually declare.
Well, and it's tougher than it ever has been because the draft is down to 20 rounds now.
Yeah.
It used to be 50.
Right.
That ball's in the dirt, and that's going to allow the wild pitch is going to allow Davis to advance.
Yeah, and that has hurt the NAIA and
more than anybody, I think.
Yeah, because you used to see a lot. There were years we'd have 4 or 5 kids drafted, and with now only 20 rounds, it's become such a political event that if you're a scout, it's a lot easier to turn in that shortstop from Clemson and say, yeah, this is the guy, when you may not think he's actually in your heart. You may think, well, there's a better kid at a lower level, but I go with a high publicity guy. If he doesn't work out, I don't get as much trouble for turning his name in rather than, hey, we need to take this NAIA kid in the 5th round. And it sounds stupid, but it's a business these days.
Well, and that's the way it works. Like, we've talked about him this weekend, 1-1 here. That one's in the dirt. Sean Ross is a perfect example of a guy who got lost in the shuffle with a cut down to 20 rounds. Ross wasn't a guy that got drafted. Now, we all watched him and said, no, that's a guy. Like, there's no question that's a guy.
And I don't think there was a question.
And he's in Double-A now. But he had to go independent ball and get noticed.
Yeah,
and
hit his 34 home runs,
So, it's just it's kind of the reality of it. So you're not seeing a lot of NAIA guys drafted now, especially not high. Tucker Musgrove a couple of years ago out of Mobile taken pretty high by the Padres. That's kind of the only one I can remember. There was one at maybe Chris Williams out of William Carey a couple years ago.
You had the kid he's from Middle Georgia, I believe, Cam Corson. That, of course,
lifted right field, long run, gonna get down against the line. That's going to be the first run of the ball game as Vargas with a double down the right field line, and Castellanos' bid to get through the fifth has taken a little bit of a detour here. It's now 4-1, and he still needs an out to qualify for the win.
Yeah, Corson, Middle Georgia, I mean, he was kind of a no-brainer. The kid was an incredible athlete, and, he hit around 450. So he was good. And then there was the one from recently, Nationals took him maybe 2-3 years ago.
Fly ball, center field. It'll drop in front of Lord Dewey. He'll play it off the hop. The fire home. Webb got him! What a play by Orlando Lord Dewey. And the inning is over. Faulkner leads 4-1 after 5 on the Faulkner Sports Network.
So Bassett to step in and lead things off in the bottom of the fifth. Middle Georgia scratches across and one in the top of the fifth off of Alonzo Castellanos. It's now 4-1.
How about the play by Orlando Lord Dewey, recognizing he doesn't have that ball in the air, sets it up, plays it off the hop, and in one motion he puts that thing right on Christian Webb at the plate with plenty of time to get back and make the tag.
Yeah, and who knows? 4-2 game, and you get a runner on second, another hit, it's 4-3. So
now you start looking at the bullpen earlier than you wanted to.
Castellanos may not get 5 in. So
3-0 count right now on Bassett as Espirito Santo will make his bid to try to get through 5 here.
And I think you got Colin Neto throwing in the bullpen for Faulkner.
I
right now.
think you want to, you'd love to add a couple runs here and give Colin some cushion. There is no questioning the ability in Colin Neto's arm, if it is indeed Neto. I don't think there's a lot of things you can do for this pitching staff more than get that guy in a place where he's confident, because he's got difference maker talent.
Yeah.
That one lifted left field and drops over the head of the shortstop.
Now, I hate to be redundant, but again, the bottom of this order has produced all weekend for Faulkner.
Well, yeah, when you're 8 and 9 feet the top of the order, you got something going on.
Mm-hmm. And you talk about Neto, and I think like two other guys, and one of them's our way back, Rojas. As we said, he looked really good last night, up to 94 on the gun.
Sure.
And he's going to get stronger and even a little more than that. But you got to get him back. He's finally healthy after surgery. And then Ty Correa is the other big arm that can throw a fastball by anybody.
Yeah, and
6'10",
yeah,
coming at you at 94, 95.
Let me offer you another guy, though, that I think could be important down the stretch and through the conference tournament and into postseason is Horacio Cruz.
Oh, yeah, and I'm just going with two guys that we've not seen all year.
Yeah,
due to
for sure.
injuries,
And
yeah.
Cruz has been a guy we hadn't seen in a couple weeks now in
Yeah.
conference play. They've been trying to work him back. So
Yeah, and
you're talking about Cruz,
he's got a big
Neto,
arm, yeah.
Correa, and Rojas, who've been minimally or not involved in conference play because of various injuries and things.
right.
Ball and a strike. It's kind of been the thing on this Faulkner team is there's a ground and a third. Did he start another double play? He did.
Another 5-4-3.
Just a great day here for Michael Flaherty.
Yeah, Flaherty is very good defensively from that third base bag. And, of course, we saw what Mr. Pimentel can do last night.
No doubt. So that's what you look at this Faulkner team and where they're at, and they've been getting through their weekend series using basically the same 5 or 6 pitchers. And there are 4 to 5 more on this staff they figured were going to be a big part of what they were doing who haven't been available. Bracken Rice, another one of those guys, got hurt early.
Yeah, that was a tough one because Bracken had closer stuff and really good arm, and he'll be back next year. But
Orlando Lordui to the dish.
And he'll be healthy. He had bone chips, had to have surgery. He'll be throwing the ball harder next year than he was this year, and that's saying something because he's got a powerful right arm. But Rojas is a guy who –
he's a rotation guy if you get him right.
Now Ozuna is the ace of the staff.
Yeah.
And Mose Hayes is a good pitcher. You can run out there in any situation. Castellanos is really coming along doing great. But Samir Rojas, with the pitchability he has, the strength in his right arm, is a guy that – and he's still got 2 years. He's a guy that can go to Antonio Frias type, Christian Torres type, Alex Correa type. I mean, he's – in fact, I know there's a lot of interest in Sammy. I can tell you that now. So he's got a lot of eligibility left, but he's also draftable.
Yeah.
And that's the issue, the only issue that would prevent him from not being here next year.
2-0 count right now on Orlando Lordui as Jason Polanco takes that lead off of first after his single to center. They'll throw back over, and Polanco realizes it's not far enough away.
There's been 4 or 5 of those with Polanco.
Yeah.
At second base and first base.
They are worried that he's taken off, and he doesn't run all that much, 9 out of 10 on steals coming into the weekend.
And there's been 4 or 5 that have got away, but he's not been able to advance because it's only dropped, 3-4 feet away from him.
They'll throw it over again.
And at some point, as a former player and runner, you almost want to tell the first baseman, look, I'm not going.
Yeah.
Just tell him quit throwing over here. I'm tired of getting dirty.
Yeah, that's right. That went in the dirt. 3-0.
Looks like Auburn, Florida going at it through 5 minutes, a 14-13 game.
That's about what you expect there.
Yeah, that. So
3-0 count. Dewey takes 3-1.
What are you looking like in the bracket? You still got some guys in?
Yeah, I mean, I only really did. I mean, I did a bracket group. I don't even remember what I picked in the bracket group. We do our printable brackets at home with my kids and my wife.
Gotcha.
And my wife and my daughter are having a great year because they picked 1 seeds all the way across. So
this is the year to do it.
That's right. As the walk advances Polanco to second.
Yeah, I was the team bracket. Of course, the players got their own bracket, and right now Juan Trinidad leading that, and guess who he's got? All 4 1 seeds in the Final Four.
There you go.
So way to go out on the limb, Juan.
That's right. Now, I had 3 of the 4 in there, so.
Yeah, I had Tennessee in there. And
I did have Tennessee in there, yeah. And watch Houston win the whole thing now, so.
I mean, it's anybody's. This is a really good year for the Final Four.
That's home run number 16 for Eduardo Martinez this year, or 17. That ball's out of sight.
Just now landed.
Wow, that was a batting practice homer for Eduardo Martinez. Launched over the road out there. 3-run jack.
Yeah,
That's number 17 on the year now.
Before the game, the second game.
By the way, that was not wind.
No.
The wind,
no.
There's no wind right now.
It's 430 feet.
Yeah.
Sky high. Before the game, one of the Middle Georgia players was talking about Eduardo Martinez, and he just told me, we just can't get him out. And I said, well, a lot of teams have struggled with him this year. And
yeah.
That's a home run in each game of the series.
Yeah. That went over for a strike to Adrian Martinez. That was pitch number 91 for Espirito Santos. This is away there, 1-1. I mean,
that was a tape measure shot.
Off the bat on the first pitch, cleared the scoreboard. As high of a shot as you've seen in this ballpark in a long time. Adrian Martinez sends that one left field, and good swing by Adrian, but it is out number 3. Faulkner adds 3 runs on the Eduardo Martinez homer. They lead 7-1 after 5 on the Faulkner Sports Network. So Eduardo Martinez is homered in every game of the series. That includes 2 homers today. That one and the one in the previous game, both no doubters. That is called ball 1. Chaz Salter at the dish. Castellanos back out there. That was pitch number 70 for him. Pops up right side. Trinidad underneath it. Makes the play. The PF3 will put away Salter. Now Zane Falk to the dish.
Yeah, Eduardo's not a man that gets cheated at the plate, is he?
No. That one misses high, 1-0. Straight up the chute. Orlando Lordui, long run as the wind is playing tricks on that one, and he dropped it. Kind of hard to give him an error on that, though, because he had to come so far. I think I got to go with a base hit on that.
Yeah, with the wind and all. Hit number 6 for Middle Georgia.
That was such a long run to even get to that ball. That's a base hit. And the wind swirling out there and on that particular ball. It's really weird. If you'll watch the flag, you'll see it's gusting right now, and then it'll just die. And sometimes it just dies in the middle of blowing the ball around. That ball hit to center field in a single.
Yeah, not many center fielders even get to that ball.
No.
Can't punish a guy for an incredible play that he was unable to make. Yeah, bullpen stirring now with these back-to-back base hits from Middle Georgia. Still a lot of time left here in the top half of the 6th with 1 out. So
Middle Georgia has turned a number of double plays today. Castellanos could use one of those right now. There's strike 1.
now it looks like maybe Matt Meyer getting loose and pinned.
Right
There's
up the
one.
middle. Castellanos
Oh.
threw it away. He had a chance at a double play, at least at a force out, and he threw it into center field.
Yeah, I think now you got to go talk to him on the mound and try to settle him down, buy some time for Meyer to get loose. Yeah, that was the double play ball you were asking for. And
That is absolutely an error.
And that's what Webb did, was he's going out to try to settle this pitcher down. Longest outing of the year for Castellanos up to this point. And 7-2, a long ball here, and Middle Georgia right back in the thick of things. But Castellano needs to get one of those double play balls again.
Yeah, and I mean, there was. He had it and had a lot more time than he thought he had, and he threw a slider into right center, and
yeah, had a lot of movement
on him. Yeah, looked like Mose Hayes' strikeout pitch. The 0-1 count. It left his hand going one direction and then spun on him. In the dirt there, 1-1, and life here for Middle Georgia if they can find a way to turn this into a crooked number. This will be pitch number 79 for Alonzo Castellanos.
So he's getting on up there now. Wow.
Missed somewhere there.
Yeah, maybe high.
Maybe broke a little late. 2-1 count. Big cut, can't get it. 2-2 on Jaden Duarte.
This is the guy you've got to get, I believe, to stay in the game if you're Alonzo.
Fouled that one off. Good pitch. Duarte spoiled there. Swung through it, and he strikes out Duarte.
Yeah, Duarte's really having a tough time this weekend at the plate.
Connor Sheely to the dish now.
He's too good a hitter to keep down for long, and that may be it for Castellanos, as you see.
He goes 5 2/3. You can't close the book on him because the 2 runners aboard belong to him. But
that would anything else would be unearned, wouldn't it? With 2 outs now and the throwing error, maybe the third. I'm not sure. I'm just speculating in my head.
They will say it's Matt Meyer, number 35, checking in. We'll tell you about Matt on the other side on Faulkner Sports Network. Matt Meyer pitched a clean inning last night. He returns here.
Got the gun on Matt. Well,
fly ball center field, 1 pitch, 1 out, and do a job.
Yeah,
Matt Meyer.
Nothing to this game. Let me throw 1 pitch, and I'll see you in the dugout.
That's right. So through 6, 7-2 Faulkner on the Faulkner Sports Network. New catcher is Josh Cuniff. He caught the first game of the doubleheader. He returns here. The new pitcher is number 19, Tyler Williams, a 6-foot freshman right-hander. Williams is in his 5th appearance. He has a 6.43 ERA over 7 innings of work with 9 strikeouts, 8 walks, and a .300 batting average against, and he is greeted by Christian Webb, who takes ball 1. So you close the book officially.
Yeah, really good outing for Alonzo Castellanos. Umpire may be a little irritated about that. You see, he decided to throw the ball back to the pitcher instead of hand it to the catcher to throw it back. Catcher missed one that hit the umpire in the shoulder, and sometimes they get a little irritated about that. But
3-0 count here. Can officially close the book on Espirito Santos as he goes 93 pitches to cover 5 innings, allows 7 runs, 6 earned, 7 hits, 1 walk, 6 strikeouts, and the walk to Webb, and he will immediately give way to, looks like Kenny DiClemente running. So Kenny DiClemente, the courtesy runner at first.
Now running at first base, number 5, Kenny DiClemente. Catcher number 23, Kenny DiClemente.
That one over for a strike. Our guy Dean Kelly is in his 3rd game as well. He says checking in is runner number 5, Kenny DiClemente. It's actually 2 + 3, which equals 5.
it was on the right track.
Dean's just doing math. Did that not hit him? How did that not hit him? That ball looked like
question, yeah.
1-1 count. Up the middle. Shortstop flips to 2, and then they turn it, and they can't quite get the double play, and then you're going to get an error that's going to get Cologne on to second. So beautiful on the front end of that for the fielder's choice, as the 6-4 part of it erases Clemente, but the E4T is going to put Cologne aboard. Now Marlon Oviedo to the dish.
Cologne looking at somewhere to throw all of his batting gear back, and nobody's out at first base right now. Faulkner, first base coach, is indisposed at the moment, and Coach McCarty looking for somebody to get out there and coach first while Trey.
That went over for a strike.
And there he comes.
The 0-1 count. Throw back, and Cologne is in standing. That one breaks back over the plate. 0-2 here. Marlon Oviedo, the 8-hole hitter. When you got a bat like that down in the 8-hole, you got some depth in your lineup. Oviedo chops that one to the first baseman.
Yeah,
and
a tough hop.
It was a tough hop, but he played it to the side, and he'll reach on the air.
Yeah, it looked like, it looked like he wanted to, as you said, play it to the side and take it himself to first. When all he had to do was field it, and the pitcher could have flipped it to him and Jack Brinkley's going to pinch hit here.
Jack Brinkley going to get an at bat. Brinkley entered in a big pinch hit spot last night and was hit by a pitch.
One thing about Jack, you're going to see a lot of pitches. He's not going to hit the first or chase the first pitch you throw.
Brinkley awaits. Takes 1-0.
Jack needs to find a way to get this runner home from third. Need as many insurance runs as you can get against a good conference team.
He'll take there, 1-1. Brinkley awaits. There goes Oviedo. It's the delayed double steal, and they throw him out at the plate. So Oviedo with the steal.
Yeah, good play by Middle Georgia to recognize that.
So I think that was a ball, but we'll see. It's 1-2. They called that pitch a strike. So 2 away in the inning now for Brinkley with a ball and 2 strikes on him. Williams delivers and wild pitch. And that's going to get Oviedo down to third. 2-2 count. If Brinkley were that type of guy, he could have swung at that one and run to first as a drop third strike. 2-2 here.
Love to see Jack come through for us here.
Big cut, can't get it. He strikes out, and the inning is over.
And Jeremy, I think we're going to see Ty Correa. No, well, they haven't announced it yet, but I know Ty's been getting loose in the bullpen. We'll find out after the break, but see if Ty's coming out or Mac goes back out for another inning.
Back in a moment on the Faulkner Sports Network. Welcome to the 2025 season. Ty Correa. Normally number 10, number 20 today, the 6'9" right-hander out of Tampa, Florida. Correa has missed much of the last 2 seasons with injury. He's worked 2/3 of an inning so far this year, but this is his home debut, I believe. It's also his conference debut, and as you noted, 2 strikeouts over 2/3 of an inning. He's a guy with as much upside as anybody. First pitch of the series in at 94 for him.
We'll take it.
1-1 count here.
When you're 6'10", 94 gets on you awful quick.
That one just poke the bat head out there and see what happens, and it's a single through the left side for Sevy Fernandez. Good job of hitting by him.
Yeah, not a bad pitch. Pretty good pitch from Ty, and like you said, Sevy just went with a pitch. He couldn't get around it to pull it, and good job of hitting.
Now Vargas to the dish. Misses away.
Just haven't got used to Jose Vargas with Middle Georgia. Faulkner had a catcher last year named Jose Vargas, and just tough to hear that name, in another uniform. But this Jose Vargas, a very good player in his own right.
That one will miss away. 2-0 on Correa. Lifted left side, long run, high ball, and Oviedo gets over there. It's nice having a center fielder playing left.
A lot of speed in this Faulkner outfield. We mentioned last night, reminiscent of the Isaac, Sam, and Lara days.
That'll get Flaherty to the dish. Correa gets the grounder. 5-4-3. And he gets the 5-4-3 put out. And a quick inning. He faces the minimum, does Ty Correa. Let's go to the bottom half of the 7th on the Faulkner Sports Network.
full innings away.
Number 27 is your new pitcher for Middle Georgia. That is Andrew Dye, the junior right-hander from Villas, North Carolina. He enters with a 12.75 ERA. This is his 9th appearance. He's worked 12 innings and struck out 10 with 7 walks and a 4.11 batting average against. And he is greeted by Juan Trinidad here, and that is ball 1. Top of the order. So congratulations, Andrew Dye. You get Trinidad, Polanco, and Lordui. And if anybody reaches, don't throw a first pitch fastball to Eduardo Martinez.
And, you know, if you've been following Faulkner for the last 2 years, that last half inning with Ty Correa was so important to the Eagle future. To have him back, that arm, 94 miles an hour off a 6'10 frame. Faced 3 batters, got 3 outs eventually, and it's as good as you can go.
Yeah, and efficient. That's going to be the big thing for Ty. It's always, when he's healthy, is he around the plate? And
he was.
Certainly was.
And that one's gone.
Juan Trinidad with an absolute moonshot over the scoreboard.
Ball continuing to fly out of here today on this warm Saturday afternoon.
It is, and that's not wind. It's not really blowing a whole lot out there on this one. It's weird. Again, like I said, you're seeing these gusts where you'll see the trees sway and then everything stops.
Yeah. And you had mentioned about 2 minutes ago it was going to be a tough debut this weekend for the young right-hander on the mound with the top of the Eagle lineup. And that's not a very good welcoming to your host. Or as your host, I apologize.
Jason Polanco to the dish. He'll take ball 1.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Ty goes back for another inning. He needs mound work. And let's see, Faulkner off until next Friday. Is that right? Or we have a mid.
I believe that's right.
Is that William Carey coming into town?
He'll take their 3-0.
Boy, that's a big series.
Yeah, Faulkner needing this one just to try to stay in shouting distance there of William Carey, as Carey has played so well. That one in the dirt, and it's a 4-pitch walk to Jason Polanco.
This is a really deep conference, and I've maintained that the Southern States Conference and the Sun Conference are the 2 strongest conferences in the NAIA. I mean, you've got standings-wise, if you look at the bottom of the standings, UT Southern won the series today against Point, I believe, and they're a really good team.
Lordui, high chopper, no play for the second baseman. It's an infield hit.
Yeah, I should have just taken the out at first on that one. Middle Georgia is a lot better team than their record indicates. They swing the bat well. They've got a couple good arms, and you get into the conference tournament, Middle Georgia is going to be a tough out.
No question. The infield hit for Orlando Lordui puts runners aboard here on first and second with nobody out. And, again, you're following this William Carey team. You talk about the depth of this league, and Faulkner's got William Carey coming to town next weekend, and Carey is just not losing a whole lot of ball games. That one single through the right side, and Eduardo Martinez loads the bases. No, Polanco will turn the corner and head home, and then you're going to get a fielding error on the throw-in that advances everybody else. So it's a single and an RBI, and then everybody moves up.
So you got a hit, a run, and an error on the scoreboard, all 3. Boy, Ed Warney has had an outstanding series, hasn't he?
He absolutely has.
Or let me correct myself. if Ray Wynn is listening, an outstanding series, not an A. The Hall of Fame English teacher, Miss Wynn, wife of Hall of Famer Hal Wynn, 900 wins in his softball career. And you know Adrian would love to do something here and try to drive 2 more runs home. It might do it.
Left center field, drops it over the head of the shortstop.
It's going to get 1 in.
It's a single and an RBI.
Now, Faulkner getting within closing distance here with an extra base hit from Webb. He could end this game.
Webb to the dish.
Yeah, and this game has got a little bit out of hand here late, but it's really been a tremendous series. The game, as we mentioned Friday night, was a classic. The first game today, a really good ball game, and Middle Georgia just may have ran out of gas. Again, you know, it's tough when you're on the road and you get in, as we mentioned earlier, you get in late, hotel room, and you're not going to go to sleep right away. So.
No. That one throw back over, and he's back standing. This is you look at, you talk about this William Carey series coming up next weekend. Crusaders are 18-2 in the league going into today's game against Thomas.
Yeah, they're good.
So that's what I've been saying all weekend about there's no margin of error for Faulkner. They have got to – that's why a sweep here is so huge.
Yeah.
Because you sweep here, you leave yourself in position to control your own destiny against William Carey next weekend. If you don't sweep here, even if you were to sweep William Carey, which is a feat, you would not be tied at the top of the league. So that's this game's a big deal. And here's the deal, we talk about, it feels like we're just getting going in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
There's only 9 games left in the regular season.
Yeah, these are important now.
There are no more midweek games on the schedule. It's 3 conference series and nothing else. And that's a wild pitch. It's going to get a run home.
Yeah, you figure whoever wins next weekend, Faulkner, if you're going to be number 1 in the conference, you probably need to sweep.
11-2 here, and
but you see what happens. It's baseball, and anything can happen. 2 good teams going at it.
That one's in the dirt, 3-2.
Christian Webb, another run comes across the board if Webb can deliver a single, and that would send everybody home early.
I'm going to tell you, that series next weekend, though, you look at the talent William Carey's bringing in.
Oh, it's going to be fun.
Yeah. And a grounder to third. Flaherty looks the runner back and throws over, and Webb is retired. So the let's go home run still stands at second with just 1 out. That was actually the first out of the inning.
Yeah, and it looks like hard to tell right here if that's Will Hyde or Avery.
I think it may be Avery Shelton.
That's what I was beginning to decide on. They're both about the same size, but from the motion, that looks kind of like Shelton.
That one will miss away, 1-0.
And if Cologne comes through, it won't matter who it is in the
That's
bench.
right. Two-0 count right now on Dariel Cologne. As Adrian Martinez is at second. If he were to score, the game would be over via the run rule. That one breaks over for a strike, 2-1. Two-one count. Grounded to third again. Flaherty looks it back. and another 5-3 put out. Flaherty's been awfully good all weekend long.
He really has.
Now Marlon Oviedo, assuming there's not a pinch hitter. I think there is going to be a pinch hitter. Question's who? And it's Kenny DiClemente.
Pinch hitting number 23, Kenny DiClemente.
Kenny DiClemente to the dish. Dye gets the sign. This is the 8th batter of the inning for Faulkner. And that one, a tough play, and it's going to be a base hit for Kenny DiClemente. And Flaherty did a good job to keep it from being extra bases.
Yeah, it looked like a double, and Flaherty made a good job to keep it from going into the outfield and possibly ending the game. Faulkner 11-2 with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 7th.
The 12th hit of the ball game for Faulkner. Now Anthony Bassett Torres to the dish. The 9th batter of the inning. He'll take away 1-0. He'll take low 2-0.
Juan Trinidad would be next if really the only way is if Clemente walks or is hit by a pitch with 2 outs.
And Trinidad, if he were to come to the plate, would be the last batter of the inning, period. There is no mathematical scenario that anyone else would come to the plate.
It won't matter.
There is a single into the left center field gap. Would have been a double under normal circumstances. Instead, it's a walk-off single. And the inning is over. The game is over. Anthony Bassett Torres drives in Adrian Martinez for the 12th run of the ball game. And Faulkner completes the sweep here against Middle Georgia State. Yeah, what do you say? Alonzo Castellanos with his best outing of the season. You get Ty Correa back in there for an inning, very efficient. You talk about the bullpen. Matt Meyer throws one pitch, and then Ty comes in and faces the minimum on 7 pitches.
Yeah, really, really good pitching performance today in both games. Game 1 today from Mose Hayes, the complete game, and equally as good by the 3 Faulkner pitchers you mentioned, Castellanos with the win, and the 1-pitch effort from Meyer, and Ty Correa with good inning. Really good to see him back.
Absolutely. So Faulkner will now climb to 28-8 on the season, 16-5 in the SSAC. Middle Georgia drops to 18-21, 9-12 in the league. Great job this weekend, brother. Enjoyed every bit of it.
A lot of fun.
For Garrett Jerkowski and Julia Rice and Solomon Green and Samantha Houghton and Dean Kelly and our great producer Oluwase Akintunde. For Joel Best, I'm Jeremy Smith. This has been the Faulkner Sports Network presentation of Faulkner Eagle Baseball. Thank you so much for joining us. Good night, and God bless you.